Do you ever feel like you spend a big chunk of your weekends and holidays all alone in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, while so many of your friends are married or at least have found a decent girlfriend? It's not so much that you're jealous of them, it's more like your life is just racing by and you're wondering, what exactly did these guys figure out about women that I didn't? Because you don't want to continue to grow old and lonely, surviving on work, YouTube, and porn, and the odd catch up dinner with your male friends, many of whom are also still single. Well, in this video, we're going to teach you the exact psychology of men who succeed wildly with women in later life, and in the process, turn themselves into the men that younger women can't resist despite the age gap. The kind of older man a younger woman looks at and thinks, I love older men like this. So here's my first point that some men have figured out that you maybe haven't. And this is how to read the women's signals that we send to the guys when we're interested in them. So my first example of this is hair preening. So something a bit like this. Okay, so maybe we've noticed you and we want to encourage you to come over and talk to us, or maybe we're already chatting with you and we're trying to get you to ask us out on a date. Trust me, us girls are doing this stuff all the freaking time, but most of you are just too blind to see it. So how do I know this? Well, I'm Tess. I'm a 35-year-old catwalk model turned professional dating coach, and I'm the boss of a bunch of other models who've gone on dates and then given feedback to our clients for the last 20 years. And I'll bet you almost anything that there have been countless women over the years who were definitely interested in you and sent you a bunch of signals that you completely missed. And these women, who could have very well been your beautiful, loving girlfriend for years, even decades, just went away all frustrated or gave up on you thinking you were just another clueless guy without much experience with women because you couldn't read these women's signals that, we see as quite blatantly obvious. So, this means you might be left thinking to yourself, I've worked hard, I've achieved a bit in my life, and I've set myself up not too bad financially. Plus, I'm a decent, trustworthy guy. And one day I really need to figure out exactly what I need to do to get this part of my life handled. Surely there is more to life than this, particularly if you're a somewhat successful guy. So many of our clients come to us because they don't want to be all alone for the rest of their life, particularly as they get into their 50s, 60s, 70s, and beyond. So if this sounds a bit familiar, then in this video, this is about why some of the men who take the longest to arrive are often the ones who end up succeeding with women beyond their wildest dreams, despite the gray hair, the wrinkles, the saggy stomach. And this only happens once they get a handle on the 6 points I'm about to share with you in this video. So Doug, for instance, had spent most of his life alone and then another chunk of his life in extremely toxic relationships with women who savagely took advantage of him. So he required all of his considerable skill as an Ivy League trained engineer who turned into a clinical psychologist to handle his nightmare relationships with women. After we trained him on the 6 points we're going to deliver to you in this video, he said, I'm now more successful with women at 60 than I have been at any other point in my life. And he was dating an overlapping series of women between 26 and 36, including a yoga teacher, a professional singer, an online business owner, and another clinical psychologist. And he's just 5'8" and has a full head of gray hair and, not exactly a multimillionaire who's driving around in a Ferrari, as you can imagine, working as a clinical psychologist who swapped careers very late in life. Okay, so what are some of the key signals that women were sending Doug that we taught him how to read? To help me explain all of this, I want to introduce James, who founded Social Coach all the way back in 2006. He's a 55-year-old former financial analyst who spent 2 decades teaching men exactly how to read and understand women. This is James McLean. And one more thing, in about 30 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can practice your dating and approaching skills with me one-on-one over Zoom. This is a real life date, practice date, with my honest coaching on exactly how to improve with women fast. So stay with us to the end for that. And also, if you could do me a huge favor and subscribe, ring the bell, and share this with any friends who you think might enjoy it, that would help us so, so much. And I'll start making way more videos to help you guys way more. Hey, James.
Hello. Sorry for the delay. That was my fault, you guys watching live. Read women's signals, hair preening. Can you give us some more hair preening, hair flicks? Just how do women with beautiful thick model hair like you use their hair to get guys to pay attention? Maybe ask them out. Maybe do something. Give us a few more demonstrations.
Yeah, the demonstration I did. Yeah, the demonstration I did might be like if she's already talking to you, a little bit more subtle, where she's kind of just like playing with her hair. But if she's really trying to get your attention from a distance, it might be a bit more like, you know, a little bit more exaggerated.
That's great. Okay, hair preening is a huge one that so many guys miss. Another one that's really, really important is foot pointing. I'm going to tell you a story in a second that I think will illustrate this really, really well. Another big one is if she ever touches you, particularly if an older guy, there's a very high chance this is some sort of communication of romantic, potentially sexual interest. And to be honest, guys, if it gets to the point where a girl's having to touch you to let you know that she's interested in you, you're a dope, because she's probably done about 15 things before it got to the extent where she touches you in most cases. Eye contact. Okay. Big piece of feedback for you that I didn't realize till I was about 34. If a woman touches you with her boobs, she's romantically interested in you. Write that one down, guys. Unless this happens in a mosh pit, even then she's going to cover her chest. I don't think too many of my 40s, 50s, and 60s YouTube live audience is doing too much mosh pits. Maybe one of my favorite clients is a musician. Yeah, so if there's any contact with boobs and you, she's into you in most cases. And another huge one is eye contact, and then the girl darts away. We'll get Tess to sort of show you a bit of this stuff. Tess, could you do over the rounded shoulder? You've probably showed us that before. Could you do over the rounded shoulder? That's great. Maybe add a hair flick to it.
Okay.
Yeah, see, shampoo commercial. She's tell a Weller woman. I think they've got Weller women in the States. If some American could tell me whether they have Weller women in the States, I'm pretty sure. I don't watch much TV, so I haven't. Last time I watched TV was 9/11 happened. Before that, it was Seinfeld. So I'm a bit out of TV land. Don't really regret it. Laugh, giggle loudly. I can demonstrate, but you'd probably prefer the catwalk model does. Tess, can you give us can you come and talk to us? Handsome older man, gesticulations that women will often do.
Like, like just big expressions when they're talking to each other. Laughing really loud. Feels a bit funny doing it on my own here, but it's usually you can hear them from across the room, that sort of thing.
Quick golf clap for that. One thing that a lot of women do is they'll highlight what might be their number one feature. If you got hair like Tess, it could be Tess. If you got legs like Tess, it could be legs. If you got boobs like Tess, it could be the boobs. But whatever she thinks is her strongest part, she will put out there. So actually, I could give you so many stories on this. This has happened to me many times, but I was at a train station and there was a girl that was cold in a big sort of winter jacket. And then I looked her up and down. And then as soon as I looked her up and down, she takes off this jacket and reveals like one of God's great sets. And even though it's a very difficult approach because she was a fair way away from me on a different seat waiting for the bus, I talked to her and ended up living with her for a short time. So whatever her best part is, what can you give me the ooh sound when a guy asks a good open-ended question like ooh? I'm not very good at imitating women. Give us Tess's one.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's just ooh. When I used to fly around the country and do seminars with a bunch of models in tow. That was my business model before COVID, rather than YouTube, which was silly. So often a girl would be up the front, like literally a model, Monique or Clara or Jackie or someone, or Natalia, and some guy, I'd pull out the audience, I'd train him with open-ended questions. He'd ask a good open-ended question, and Monique especially, but all of them would be like, ooh. And my joke was, anyway, that what was written along the screen in subtitles is, I'd really like to suck your what's it right now. Anyway. It's kind of true. It's kind of true. So if you're asking good questions like Tess and Natalia, etc., teach you, and I teach you too, and you get ooh, that's a pretty good sign. One of my female coaches, a swimsuit model, whenever she met a guy she liked, her hips would just sort of vibrate, would just sort of float round. Like she was a dancer. She was also a swimsuit model with 100,000 Instagram followers. But yeah, that was one of the weird things she does. One of the other big ones is illogical spacing. My clients love these stories, so I'll get into an example there. And what was the other one I wanted Tess to demonstrate? Tess, can you show us your shampoo model hair like that and tilt your head? Guys are going to vomit if they see me trying to impersonate it. Just flick your hair like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's something you'll get often. So this is something we've had constantly requested. There's a lot more to reading signals than this, but I think we've given you a dozen really, really common ones. I told this story to one of my favorite clients not that long ago. Well, while we're late, we've improved, well, I've improved, Tess next week, we've improved our production quite a bit. Hopefully my camera looks a bit better. I've got a mic that's not working because I couldn't figure it out. It was too complicated for this silly old duffer. And I've got a teleprompter in front of me. So we can do shorts with really good clips, and Tess will be doing this next week. Anyway, one of my favorite clients, I told him this story. He goes, man, you should do more of these stories. I love them. Guys have got no idea when women are attracted to them, particularly if you're a bit older and you think no woman, you're like 55, no woman under 50 will ever be interested in me. That's not true, particularly once Tess has coached you. I'll ask this again, but if you guys could let me know if this is a bit advanced for you guys on YouTube. My clients eat it up, but it might be talking above the heads of some of the guys who, whatever, are really struggling. Okay, I was at the Apple store a few days ago, and I was looking at getting a new MacBook Pro with a 16-inch screen. And I was being served by a girl who was, somewhat attractive. I had no sexual interest in her, but I was just being friendly, as I often do to random people, including men who I don't have sex with. But I was being quite friendly. And for whatever reason, she was being the Apple Store friendly girl. Maybe she had a bit of a thing for me. Again, as I'll get to in a second, we dress our guys. It's like the second or third thing we do. We give you a style system that I've developed and perfected with women like Tess and Jackie, Natalia, Monique, etc. So anyway, as I'm looking at MacBooks and iPhones, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. I mean, breathtakingly. Could well be the hottest girl I've seen this year. As I found out later, she can't be older than 23. Anyway, as I said, I was dressed pretty well, just basically wearing this and jeans that fit. And I had trainer shoes on, so I'd walk a long distance. So I wasn't that well dressed, but I was dressed much better than the average American Australian guy. So I'm sitting talking to one girl, and this beautiful, stunning girl walks past, working in the the iPhone store. She was about 5'6". So I don't know if she could have been a model, but facially she could have. So I just what I normally do when we teach clients who get to practice on boot camp, I just sort of looked her in the eyes and then just trailed up and down her body. I wasn't looking at her breasts or her legs or anything. She was dressed to work in the Apple store, so she wasn't exactly wearing a short skirt or anything. And then, whatever. I just know, oh wow, and I'm thinking, oh, why aren't I getting served by her? So anyway, I finish asking what I want, and I go back over. It could have been subconsciously because I've done this so many times. I go back over to the MacBook Pro. I'll probably buy at some point to stop the AI putting the price up and up and up and up and up. So yeah, I look her up and down, and then I'm looking at the thing, and I'm worrying, oh, do I want the 16-inch? Is it worth upgrading? Because I do a tiny bit of editing, but I don't really need it. And then lo and behold, we're in this enormous Apple store. Who can guess what happened? Tell us in the chat. Who can guess what happened? Okay, I look up from the computer, and it's a big store, and there's a table in front of me. I'm on the MacBook there. She's standing at the end of the next table, looking at me. Now, she didn't do a lot, but she definitely did one of these, and she had very sort of curly ringlet hair and a face like an angel. And I saw her do this, and she was obviously standing. Now, this is one of the biggest things I give you. A very, very smart client loved this. If the girl does something illogical or something statistically unlikely, she, out of, I don't even know how many tables there were, 16 tables, maybe 20 in this store. Somehow she decides to sit, and she's meant to be doing cleaning now. She had these long gloves on. She decides to stand and look outside in the table directly opposite me, probably 8 feet away. So I'm like, well, this could be a coincidence, but I'm going to have a bet it's not. And I've been right so many times. This has led to very easy dates and sex for me. Because I, unlike 99% of American, Australian, English, Dutch, German, Canadian, New Zealand, South African men, can read signals really well. So I'm betting there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the reason she's there is because she might have noticed me checking her out, and she's like, oh, I'll see what this guy does. So I go, hey, and I, using a strong voice, I go, hey, I asked her some question about a MacBook 16. I think I said, so sell me on why I should upgrade the MacBook 16 when I've got an M1 chip. That's exactly what I said. And then she came over somewhat. Okay, these are points. You might want to write a bunch of these things down. Okay, I was dressed like we teach our clients. I designed this thing along with Tess and Jackie, etc. I looked her up and down. I'm able to read signals. In her case, it was unusual positioning, subtle hair preening. Plus, again, I meditate, so I can often sense energy when a girl's with me and she could be a little bit nervous, or she's doing it for sort of reasons because she wants me to talk to her. I asked her the opener. And then one of the things I did was I listened for bonus information. If you work with Tess, she's probably going to say that 3 times every 45-minute session. I held excellent eye contact. Now, her bonus information was, when I was asking her about her use of computers, she said, oh, I used to study film and I make a few videos myself. Film. I studied acting at New York. So immediately I start asking about her film thing. And she goes from, I'm helping him, I could be interested in because he's well dressed, to, wow, I really like this guy. So I asked her a series of fantastic open-ended questions about film and her favorite. I think I started with, oh, so tell me as a film school graduate, what are your 3 favorite films? And we didn't have that much commonality on that. She named recent films, and I probably screwed up by naming Dr. Strangelove from 1954 and whatever. So yeah, and a few sort of slightly arty films. So yeah, and then I asked, so tell me what made you want to study film? And it turned out like her family, her grandmother and grandfather were quite semi-famous actors. Patting myself on the back here, I did a first-class job of listening or staring at this girl's beautiful, beautiful face. Once I felt it was comfortable, even in the iPhone store, the Apple store, this is another huge tip. This is a writer downer. If you want to know whether a girl's interested in you and you're just chatting to her during the day, I stuck my hand out and went, oh, so good to meet you. Film school graduate, I called out some of our commonalities. I'm James, by the way. What's your name? And then she tells me her name enthusiastically, which I won't repeat now, but I still remember it. I'm not very good with names. Okay, reading signals. We didn't mention this at the start. I noticed how excited she got. She got really excited. I shouldn't say, didn't start coming all over the floor in the Apple store or something, but she got excited when I asked her name, and the sort of energy of the conversation picked up. I probably shouldn't have said that thing about coming on the store. Sorry, Tess, I'm trying to pull my socks up with my sort of unpleasant little metaphors I come up with every now and then. So scrub that, editor. So anyway, I'm doing good. There's the handshake. I can't honestly remember the exact sequence, but at one point when she said something I really liked, I touched her on the shoulder. This is all stuff we train you to do on Zoom with the girls, and if you guys do a live event with us on the girls. So I touched her on the shoulder. I don't know if I should say this. She was 32 years younger than me, because I found out she had to stop. She was postponed uni or something because of COVID. So not a, and then after touching the shoulder, after that, I noticed that her feet were directly pointing towards me, like directly pointing towards me, whereas my feet were like half pointed at like one foot was pointed at her, the other foot was pointed at the computer I'm probably going to buy. So my body was sort of 45 degrees roughly. No bullshit. I checked the time, so I was getting really hungry. We chatted for nearly 30 minutes, and I noticed I felt some energy on me, and it wasn't a pretty girl wanting me to talk to her. It was this older guy working at the iPhone stores going, why is she interested in you? I'm much younger than you, and I'm a tech genius at the Apple store, and you're just some interloper. So yeah, he was a wee bit frustrated. It might have been jealousy over me. It could have been because she should have been helping out with the cleaning instead of, talking to some old dude. So yeah, it sort of ended, and then the store had already shut a little time ago, and there's only one customer left in the store and me. And then yeah, she just left this long, long, uncomfortable silence, just looking at me, like going, ask me out, ask me out, ask me out. But this is another tip I'm going to give you that every other dating coach, the pickup artists on YouTube will disagree with me. If you're at 40s, 50s, 60s, don't waste your energy and your self-esteem pursuing girls unless you legitimately want to have sex with them because you've got a lot of connection with you. So when I hit on a girl, when I ask her out, I really want her. And I think this separates me from a lot of the other pickup artists or dating coaches. I'm not just trying to run through every, in this case, absurdly attractive girl that I see. So yeah, to round the story out, she wasn't exactly crazy mature or a book nut. She wasn't particularly well traveled like the younger girls I would usually date. Plus, it was in the Apple store as well, and I'm a customer. That was probably in the back of my mind. I regretted it a little bit after because, like, wow, she was really beautiful. But it was the right thing. I'm too busy apart from anything else. So, yeah, fire me all your questions on this. Now, if I had wanted to ask her out on a date, Jesus Christ, I'd have asked if she had a boyfriend first and then looked her deep in the eyes and found out how the relationship was going. I think Jackie and I did a video called What to Do If She Has a Boyfriend that will help you with that. But yeah, I'm near certain I'd have got her phone number. I'd have asked for it. I wouldn't have pulled my phone out and stuck it in her face and tried to remember it. That's another big tip I'm giving you. But yeah, I'd say there's a very high chance I get a phone number, and I don't know about the date because she'd sort of go home and think about the age difference. But yeah, I'd say there'd be a 40-50% chance I'd at least get to have a cup of coffee with her or something. Better still pitch a date plan. But I don't know. Based on my previous experience with women like that probably is. Tess, do you want to give your 2 cents or your $200,000 worth on my story that's probably hopefully added a lot of value to the guys there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, her body positioning, like putting herself blatantly in your field of view, is a really, really big one. And women will do that really often, especially when, yeah, she might have noticed you, like you said, she noticed that you kind of looked her up and down. She was like, oh, okay, let's see where this goes. So she's trying to make it easier for you, right? By doing that. Yeah, and so many guys, even at that stage, would just not even realize, or I don't know, be too chicken to do anything about it. So yeah, and then obviously in conversation as well, you know, the fact that she got really excited when you asked her name. She was like, oh, actually, yeah, I'm Tess, or whatever her name was. That's another sign that, you know, she was really enjoying the conversation. You know, you read that initial signal correctly, and that, yeah, she was interested. So yeah, women, you know, they'll body positioning, as James said, when they were in the conversation, she was directly facing towards him. So that shows that she's heavily invested, right? If she's in a conversation, like just say I'm talking to James like that, but she's kind of like more open like this and kind of looking over like that to talk to you, that's much less invested, because she's, you know, her body is projecting more towards the open space rather than the person, right? So all of this stuff, body language, positioning, it's really, really important to be able to pick up on all of these little things.
Thank you so much, Tess. So yeah, you shouldn't make assumptions about what girls are or not interested in until you actually test it. On an event, a live event I did, this was pre-COVID, where we taught guys, we did them a proper style consult where they brought their clothes. We sent them shopping in some cases. We now do this over Zoom. And we gave them, you know, a social coach style, which is very different to a stylist style or a fashionable style. So we did this. And then Monique, one of my female coaches, you can see on the channel, who did Fashion Week in New York and a bunch of summers in Europe, she did an incredible job, similar to what Tess did then, of teaching the clients to read signals. And we did some drills where we taught guys how to approach after reading signals. And then, yeah, I'll never, ever, I'm just a fraction over 6 foot tall. And I was a lot younger then and possibly more handsome. But yeah, I was astounded. We had, I remember one of them in particular was a 5'4" guy, who was he 49? And there was a guy who was, I can't remember, 5'5", 5'6", mostly gray. They came up to me all well dressed after lunch break going, oh my God, this girl's checking me out the whole time. I can't believe it. This could have been happening my whole life, but I've never seen it if they dressed like we told you. Remember, men look at a woman's facial symmetry, her boob size, her leg length, her hip to waist ratio, how much body fat she has, how clear her skin is. And we go, yeah, I want to do her, because it's signs of fertility and youth and beauty. Whereas women look at guys, they try to judge their social status. They look at how much attention they're getting in the social situation they're in. And probably most importantly, they look at their style and they go, yeah, I want to do him because he looks like he's high status and a good protector. So yeah, this was one of the 10 most memorable moments of my 20 years dating coaching. These shorter, older guys, they were quite a bit older than me at this stage, came up to me and they're just like shocked and astounded, that they could get this level of interest once they were told to read the signals. Tess, did you mention subscribing?
I did, yeah.
Oh, good on you. Yeah. Our views have gone from like 800 views a YouTube live up to 18,000 and 11,000 and incredible view times. A lot of it's when we started asking you guys, whatever it is, 93.6% of you guys aren't subscribed. Hopefully we've just given you insane amounts of value then. If you're watching the replay, watch it a few times and maybe take notes. If you're not subscribed, if you haven't rung the bell, just if you do that, you'll get Tess doing proper YouTube videos, not these long ones. We'll do shorts and give you key tips. So yeah, that would be a huge favor for us. And it's a huge favor for you too, because it's going to be more of this if you made it this far and you're enjoying it. And hopefully soon we'll have a big global community of guys you can actually go out with if YouTube keeps growing the way it has the last 2 months. Thanks in part to you guys. Also, if you ask questions when the video goes live, that makes YouTube go, I'm not meant to do stuff like that anymore. YouTube really sort of gets sexually aroused when people ask questions straight away, or say how awesome or I am, or beautiful and awesome Tess is, or whatever. Tell them I'm the biggest cocksucker you've ever met. Whatever you want to put in YouTube, we welcome it. Everyone wants to make fun of me. I've heard it all before. Without being too big-headed, I worked for one of the 3 major dating companies when the industry sort of opened up. I started in 2006. Mine was the natural one. It was called Charisma Arts, for any of you who've known about this industry for a long, long time. And it's a bit big-headed, but I had a lot of guys who were other instructors. Some of them did quite well with women, and it got back to me. They were all quite intimidated by me. Now, it's because I met models on boot camps in front of students, in front of instructors, and I ended up living with one of them for 6 weeks in a model apartment. But yeah, one time in New York, I just managed doing the sort of techniques where I looked her up and down, blah, blah, blah. She came over. Eventually, I talked to a friend. I eventually got introduced to her and ended up having one of the better women of my life. And I met her in a bar with a very average-looking student, who did a good job of winging her friend for me. So the guys who saw that said they were just nervous around me. And so much of the success I've had as a dating coach and whatever results I've had with women is because I read signals so well compared to pretty much any guy I know. Okay, homework. We give you guys homework now. So I was traveling the world, literally with one of the world's top male models. He wasn't anymore, but he had been 5 or 7 years before I traveled around with him. I met him studying acting in New York. And yeah, we went out trying to get our end in with some of the American girls and some of the Eastern European girls, some of the Western European girls. And he was quite well dressed, obviously being a model. And I realized if I just walk behind him and hang back about 8 feet or 10 feet, women are just like, they're just complete shock and awe when this guy walked past. And he was a beautiful, beautiful guy. Probably a bit more amusing than the women was we're in Chelsea, which is the gay area of New York. And my friend, I won't mention his name here, he was dressed okay. It was a very hot day. And then the gay guys were like going, look him up and down. And then on one day, he had these big, disgusting, sort of leathery, plastic old man, sort of German nudist colony sandals on. And the gay guy in Chelsea's like, and when he saw this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man with those shoes, he had a bit of a homosexual meltdown. So anyway, I don't know how I got to this story, but hopefully, if I made Tess laugh, I'm doing quite well. She's rubbing her nose, which is body language if she doesn't agree with me, or thinks I'm lying, but it's all true. Or maybe she's laughing so hard she has to scratch her nose. I don't know.
Yeah, I have an itch.
Okay, it's all true. I sent it. Yeah, he was one of my students. So yeah, so that's your homework. So find your hottest male friend and just put him in a beautifully cut suit coat or something, or his leather jacket that gets all the women a bit drippy whippy. And yeah, just walk behind him, whatever, 8, 10 feet, whatever the distance is for you. I had already done a lot of public speaking and quite a lot of face-to-face sales, but that experience, particularly with that guy, and also before that with my basketball team, because some of the guys in my team were like 6'7", 6'8". One of them was like model hot, 6'6". When you just see pretty much every girl or most of the girls react, I'm obviously not overly attractive. I present myself extremely well, but yeah, that was very, very valuable. So that's your homework. Walk behind some hot guy or just find one and sort of stalk him for a day, walking around the city, and just watch the way I'm getting in trouble for encouraging stalking of beautiful men. So that wasn't a homosexual thing. It was a get better with women thing. So yeah, so stalk some hot guy. and you can stalk some hot guy without, changing teams, I believe. Although changing teams is really cool in 2026, which it wasn't particularly in 1986 when I was a boy, at least where I grew up. What else? That's it. Tess, do you want to add anything to my piece of homework?
No, I mean, obviously, guys, that will help a lot. Yeah, I mean, not that I need to add anything to the homework, but I did just want to mention, like, I've heard this over and over again from clients that the reading signals module, like once they get a grip of that, it's like they see the world with new eyes. They're just like, wow, I can't believe it. Like, it's just astounding what I can actually see now. It's like life-changing. We've heard that feedback so often. So this, guys, this is a game changer. So do the homework and also just start to, people watch. If you're in a venue and you sit down, you just like watch what women are doing, how they're responding to men, etc., and start picking up on their body language. It's really important.
Thank you, Tess. Great point. Yeah, and once we teach you reading signals, then Tess will give you, initially on Zoom and then on the live event, then she'll give you practice at doing, this is great content, actually, great tips. There's a difference between a cold approach, which is she doesn't know you, she hasn't sent any signals, you go try to break in, which is what is, YouTube is full of it. And then what I call an invited approach, where she's actually giving you some signals to come up to her, which most of you guys just will not understand or know in a million years. You do those approaches very, very differently. It's very different. Tess can teach you if you want to. If anyone would like to be coached on YouTube, just tell us in the chat. I'd love you to coach me. It's something we charge $1,500 for, but we'd love to do on these YouTube lives where we just pull random guys out the audience and just coach them. We'll transform your life. We'll do such a good job if it's on YouTube, and we'll look like we're really, really good to everyone else watching. So anyone, literally, it'll be some of the most important time of your life in terms of getting better with women. So anyone who wants to be coached live by the beautiful Tess and the not so beautiful big-nosed grey-bearded me, just say coached in the chat and give us your name and we'll figure out some way. Or if you email info@socialcoach, maybe do that as well, just in case we miss it. I don't think we will. Okay, point number 2, if I can get the tech right, is to ignore beauty. Ignore her beauty. Now, this is easier said than done, but just bear with me. This is probably the #1 psychological hack to beautiful women and especially younger women. You've just got to tune it out. You've just got to tune it out. Yeah, I once had at the time 2 of the world's top 5 probably male dating coaches. One guy's arguably #1 in terms of revenue, who was a friend of mine. They were grilling me about, dude, you got this camera full of hot girls, many models, and you're this, I wasn't even well dressed, didn't even know how to dress properly at this point, and you're this geeky, nerdy, big-nosed, hunchbacked older guy. How do you have it? How do you do this? One of the guys was literally a very good stand-up comedian. The other guy is now arguably the world's #1 dating coach. And they're just like, how do you do this? How do you do this? How do you do this? And I didn't have an answer, though. I ask open-ended questions and, be really good in bed and, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Read signals, obviously. But yeah, the #1 thing was I can look at a staggeringly beautiful woman, possibly because of my ex-girlfriends. And I'm like looking at like the woman on my YouTube channel who's done Fashion Week. I'm going, oh, she's really good, but she could have bigger lips and the head's a bit long, and yeah, she's got a great body and beautiful tits, but yeah, she doesn't quite have the hip to waist ratio. So I look at a woman who thinks she's staggeringly beautiful, and I start pulling her apart like a science experiment, which is not potentially the best thing in terms of long-term happiness. So I'm not saying you guys should learn this, but the fact I can look at a woman that most of you guys would just start, thinking about how you're going to jerk off to her that night, which some of you guys probably do. I'm like studying her as like, It's like, you know, how good a model is she? Could she be with a top agency? Again, I'm not saying you should do this. I'm not saying it's an admirable quality I've got, but it gives me a big advantage because women that beautiful aren't used to being studied by a guy just trying to figure out exactly how beautiful she is. So yeah, honestly think that's been a superpower for me. And I've discussed this with other female. I think I've discussed this with you, Tess, haven't I?
I think you have, yeah.
Yeah, obviously a catwalk model. And yeah, I think this is a huge advantage for me. So if you can talk to a beautiful woman and just not even see her as a beautiful woman, it completely screws with their heads. It completely screws with their heads. It's like you're not scared of them. You're not treating them as an object. You know, I'm treating as an object to be studied and analyzed, not drooled over or jerked off over. So yeah, when I started, and this is a very important point, I think, when I started working as a dating coach, the only reason I actually got to be a dating coach by the company I was talking about earlier was because I literally met a fly around the world model for one of the two biggest modeling companies in the world on a boot camp in front of all these instructors and students. And after I met her, I moved in with her after our second date and started living with her. I moved from the YHA backpackers to a model house. And the last 3 guys who'd gone on dates with her literally had Ferraris and Lamborghinis and took her to the most expensive restaurant in her city. So yeah, we were having, swear to God, 4 to 6, maybe 7 hours of sex nearly every day. And I went and did boot camps, including a bunch in New York. A bunch is a lie. Probably 2 in New York. And yeah, I was just walking up to the most staggeringly beautiful women you could imagine, like proper New York Soho agency models. And I had like zero fear. It's because I was so desensitized to beauty. And I was obviously having sex with a girl who was like a high-level agency model. And often I was surrounded by really dorky clients. So this is the reason, and I don't know anyone else in the world who does this. I pay Tess, I pay Natalia, Val, Jackie, Monique, Nevena, all swimsuit, catwalk, lingerie models. Some of my female coaches have made like $10,000 and $15,000 a day or for 2 days for television commercials. So what happens is if you interact with these women, firstly on Zoom, and then if you come to my live event, it's like your fear of beautiful women, it just almost disintegrates. It almost goes away. Sorry, it's an exaggeration. I like to be honest. You're of the women you think you're capable of getting, or the women 2 or 3 levels above what you think you're capable of getting, just after you've interacted with Tess and Natalia all this time, it's like, oh, they're nowhere near as scary as they once were. And women who you might be scared of now, you're like, oh, she's not as hot as Tess. And I've spent a bunch of time working with Tess, whether it's on Zoom or in person. So just to round this point out before, I might throw over to Tess. Tess, can you talk from a perspective of a catwalk model, or at least a former catwalk model, turned men's dating coach? What's it like when you meet a guy and you're not dressed in tracksuit pants and, you know, hair up and all that, but you're dressed somewhat sexy. I know you don't do that all the time like some other female coaches. You dress somewhat sexy and some guy's just talking to you like you could be a dude or an old woman. What's that like? And I don't want to put words into your mouth, but does it sort of fuck with your attraction mechanism? You're like, wow, why is this guy not afraid of me or not even noticing me? I know some other female coaches have given me good quotes about that, but if you just give the guys your 2 cents worth, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that because, you know, when a really beautiful woman gets dressed up and, you know, walking down the street, like you can tell you're getting a lot of attention, you know, people are turning heads, whatever. You walk into a room, everyone's looking. So most guys freak out when they talk to you. So when a guy comes along and he's just casual, he's cool, he's not phased, he can actually engage in conversation and listen to you without, you know, freaking out about the way you look or getting too nervous and stuttering and whatever. He can actually connect with you. It just shows so much presence and so much confidence. And yes, that is hugely, hugely attractive. It's just, yeah, it kind of denotes that he's had experience with very beautiful women before, or that he's just not a completely superficial guy. You know, he actually wants to see what's beyond the surface level. So yeah, it's really, really attractive.
Fantastic. One thing I'll mention, I've had quite a few people ask, you never talk about, you keep saying boot camp, but you never tell us what it is or what it looks like or how you help or how I get to work with whatever, Tess, Natalia, etc. So I'm going to deliver insane amounts of value before I do anything like that. But probably in the last hour, certainly after the 2-hour mark, I've prepared just a summary of boot camp with a bunch of photos of what we actually do. So if you're interested in how Social Coach actually helps people, if you hang around for a bit in the replay, we'll show you in the chapter summary. If you love the content but you don't care, you can just skip past it. I'll tell you roughly how long it will be. But yeah, we've had that requested quite a few times, including one guy who was homeless when I onboarded him, who's getting numbers and dates with a bunch of models and whatever else. Who I didn't know about this. Well, you've never told me about it. You just mentioned it on last YouTube. It sounds great. Tell me more about it. And there's been a few other guys who've asked as well. So yeah, I hope this doesn't come across as big. Anyway, when I'm away from women of a certain level, like, you know, the Eastern European goddess, you know, Moscow, Budapest, St. Petersburg, Riga, etc., or away from what I'd call like the Soho agency model level woman. I mean, there's very few in Sydney, if any. You can count the ones you see on, you know, one or two hands, even living in Bondi Beach. And I ever do come across one, I must admit my nervousness comes back, my approach anxiety comes back big time. The second most beautiful girl I've ever seen in Sydney, which is potentially the second most beautiful girl I've ever seen in Australia, maybe the third. I keep lists of this. You can see why I'm a good dating coach. I think too much about this stuff, having been a near virgin till 31 rather. Yeah, she saw me at a party where I had my two bisexual girlfriends, and she also saw us at once, definitely, where I was sort of hanging out with them at the beach, and they were in bikinis, and I was sort of touching them awkwardly, partially because I knew she was watching. And there was one other time she saw us. And yeah, so I was walking out of a cafe bookstore, funnily enough, and she was walking into a cafe bookstore, and then I'm sort of saying goodbye to someone at the counter, and she walks in, and she had a guy with her at this time, and she's like, I walk up, and we sort of turn around at the last minute, and I go, and then she sees me, I'm like, oh, it's that beautiful girl, and she goes, and she's like, I'm exaggerating a bit, but she sort of went, and then, yeah, there was probably 2 times I could have gone and approached her, and I wimped out. And I cursed myself for a long time. I'm supposed to be a dating coach, and I wimp out on the hottest girl I saw that year, maybe that decade. Yep, I wimped out. I admit it. I get approach anxiety at times, particularly with that fucking angel. And even though she looked like she was attracted to me, judging by the gasp, I'm not that hard when you get that sort of, when she sees 2 girls really into me. So yeah, but if I'd met her when I was living in Manhattan, or if I'd met her when I was certainly in Russia, in parts of Eastern Europe like Hungary, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have wimped out. If I met her, as I think I opened this point, where I was literally living in a model house, I wouldn't have wimped out for a second. Because anyway, so yeah, so if there's some way you can desensitize yourself to beautiful women, if there's some way you can get around them, if there's some mental trick that, you know, Tony Robbins can do, whereby you're blind to their beauty. For those of you old enough to remember, here's a story. A lovely lady who was bringing up, if you can remember the Brady Bunch. Apparently one of the characters was worried about public speaking. So, or getting a driver's test, I can't even remember, Brady Bunch trivia from the 70s. And someone suggested, just pretend they're all naked. Well, I don't know if that works completely, because if, you know, if you see Tess and you want to talk to her and you pretend she's naked, that might not help you. But, you know, anyway, you get the point. Just try to pretend. I tell guys on my boot camp, Pretend she's some big blue collar guy with a bunch of hairy plumber crack hanging out. He's some big fat plumber guy with a bunch of plumber crack hanging out in the back while he's fixing your sink or something. So yeah, if you can just somehow tune out to a woman's beauty, it's one of the greatest things ever. Tess, do you want to talk more about plumbers cracks and beautiful women and how they can visualizing a plumber's crack can help you get a beautiful model like you potentially?
Yeah, I mean, guys, whatever your mechanism that works is, if it's the plumber's crack, then go for it. Again, I think the biggest thing is that the guys who work with us and on the boot camp, etc., and are surrounded by this level of beauty for days on end, you do just realize, okay, these, they're just human beings. They're not gods. They're not. They still have the same problems as other people. In fact, a lot of beautiful women are really insecure as well. So you've just got to look beyond the surface. Okay, look deeper. Just look at her eyes and don't focus on anything else. Try to see her soul, whatever it is, whatever works. Just know, she's. Everyone wants to be loved. Beautiful women want to be loved as well, but they don't want to be loved just for their beauty. They want you to see beyond that. So just focus on that.
Cool. For you, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming guys, you can probably come up with something where you convince yourself that this model is an ugly old woman or ugly old man or something. For you guys who are into meditating, you can have a little mantra like, all beautiful women are ugly. All beautiful women. I don't know what you'll do. You'll come up with some sort of way. Tess didn't find that funny. I thought it was amusing, but no one else did. Okay, I think we talked about Tess. I think Tess said at the start that she'd tell you how we actually support people. We're just going to run you quickly through this. This is what you call it. This is a note from one of our sponsors. So if any of you just want to get back to insanely good content, I hope that's what you think, then you can skip forward probably 5 minutes at the most. I'm going to struggle with tech here. This isn't working very well. So are you worried about growing old, grey, and my new teleprompter is screwing me up? Are you worried about being old and grey and all alone? Or just settling for an okay woman and maybe having her go toxic on you? Maybe you've been out of dating for a long time. We coach quite a few guys who haven't dated since pre-MySpace, let alone Facebook. And we even coach some guys who haven't dated since pre-cell phones. So, yeah, if you've been out of dating for a while, are you sick to death of dating apps and bars? Are you a busy guy and you just don't have much time to invest in learning the skills and going out approaching a bunch of girls? Maybe like many of our clients, you're 60 or 55 or something, or even 45, and you're not really interested in women, your age. You want to go a bit younger. So if any of that applies to you, we can change your life. This first step to working with us, there's no other way for us to help you, is what's called a dating diagnostic with Tess, which is basically a date and feedback. The goal of the dating diagnostic, I might actually get onto this in a second. No, we'll do it now. The goal is to, firstly, you'll practice approaching her, you'll practice dating Tess or Natalia or whatever. And then what the goal of this is we want to make a list of all the things, all the mistakes you're making that are holding you back. And then Tess or Natalia or whoever you work with, Val or something, or me potentially, with the girl, me and the girl. And then, we try to give you a 1, 2, 3. That you do these 3 things, we guarantee it'll massively change your life if you actually implement. Number 2 is to help you get dramatically better than 95% of men at approaching, dating, and conversation, and getting over your approach anxiety just by making you really confident with what you say. And number 3 is to give you that written step-by-step action plan, focusing on the top 3 things you need to do. This kept Social Coach going during COVID. We were selling a 45-minute session. It usually went for about an hour, but we're selling it for $1,500. We do coach quite a few fairly wealthy guys. This is the team. The girls are all at least 10 years older now. This picture is at least 10 years old. And we've got this huge community of guys, many of whom will become your wings. You can see the women there. Again, they're 10 years old or something now. Yes, it's roughly what it looks like. We've been doing this since 2006. I think Natalia's probably coming up for 16 or 15 years with me. Val's probably similar. So that's what it looks like. Huge amounts of experience, hands-on coaching with girls. So if any of that looks like attractive to you, there should be a link coming up in the chat. Tess might put it in. So yeah, the process, sum up your life with women. Where do you want to be in your dating life 3 months from now? You tell us this. What sticking points you think we need to help you blast through? Some of your life with women, serious pain. Have you been married? Have you largely been single? Have you been too busy, focused on your career? Number 4, approach and conversation role play. Number 5, date, role play, and private coaching. Number 6, personalized expert tips for you. And we give you a lot of our conversation structure we might not give away on YouTube simply because of time. We answer your questions and you get a written step-by-step plan to follow within 24 hours. It'll be emailed out to you. So that's it. Dating diagnostic with Tess, usually $1,500. We've got lots of it. Natalia also does a great job of these, and several other girls. So yeah, we can now change your life on Zoom. Not $1,400, not $1,495, just $1 tomorrow. So yeah, watching the replay. If I'm not a duffer, I've put a link in the comments in the chat. And yeah, I think there's a boot camp coming up. We're going to have a boot camp later in Australia. And yeah, I've literally been doing this 20 years, as you can tell by me, third from the left, with a pair of jeans that, oh my God, if I'd had decent jeans, I'd have been much more dangerous than I was. Anyway, you get the idea. So yeah, just on to the next point. Can you put up job interview her, please, Tess? And that should be number 4, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Or is it 4? I don't know. My numbers have gone all kaput. Okie dokie, job. Maybe we should. No, we'll have a look at the guys' questions after. Sorry about that. I think we got a bit carried away. Well, I got a bit carried away in point 1. What am I blaming Tess for? Job interview her. You are the prize. Okay. In my view, 40s, 50s, and 60s, particularly if you're looking for a quality woman for a relationship, as distinct from race home and put another number in your spreadsheet of how many women you banged this year or this month or this lifetime. If you're actually looking for quality, then I think you need to job interview her and actually have some standards. Don't just think she's got great tits, her face isn't too bad, she's talking to me, I'm going to try to bang her, which is what all the pickup artists and, to the best of my knowledge, the majority of dating coaches teach. I think I opened with a story of how I decided not to ask a girl out who was breathtaking, simply because it would have been, I don't know. I tried with some degree, much degree of skill compared to the average guy. She just wasn't interesting or mature enough for me to sort of want to spend 90 minutes with, even though I wouldn't mind taking her to bed if it was easy. Having said that, if I was in my 30s, early 40s, I'd have been trying to bang that girl. Let's not pretend otherwise, but not now. And I think the fact that I'm somewhat discerning, sorry, it's a big wanky word for YouTube, discerning, have some standards, especially with the most beautiful girls or especially with younger girls. Tess, do you want to talk about guys having standards and not just, long legs, pretty face, big mouth, thick hair, beautiful smile, skinny, tall. What do I need to do to bang her? If you could just talk about how that impacts on a woman like you, as distinct from a guy actually gets to know you, asks good questions, and actually only shows any sort of romantic or sexual interest when there was a good connection established. Again, I think this is very different to what most of the guys and girls on YouTube talk about. It's like, if she's hot and she can fog a mirror, try to bang her. We are very different to that, particularly with 40s, 50s, and 60s, even 70-year-old guys. Tess, what's it like as a hot girl where a guy doesn't sort of display any sexual interest or sexual neediness, never sexual neediness, sexual or romantic interest until there's some sort of a good connection established? Just talk that through, please.
Yeah. This is really, really important. Obviously, when a guy's showing that sexual interest straight away, and there's no connection, it feels very, very superficial, and it can really push the woman away because it feels she feels objectified. You know, it's like, okay, this guy just wants to have sex with me, you know, and he doesn't care who I am at all. Like it's just he's formed that opinion. It's just based on what he sees, right? Which is, it really makes us feel devalued, unless that's the only way we value ourselves. Which, if that's the woman you're after, then I'm just warning you, that's probably a little bit of a red flag relationship-wise. But yeah, so when a guy can engage with you and actually connect with you, and then the woman starts to feel more invested in this conversation. She's like, oh, who's this guy? This is actually going really well. This guy, I feel like we have some things in common, or he understands me, or he's at least being really, really present with me and asking great questions. I feel like I'm opening up to him. If you then ask some questions which are kind of, interview questions, or like filtering questions, which are showing that you have standards for the kind of women that you're actually looking for to engage with. For example, like James is, he's mentioned he's really, really interested in, for him, some of the biggest things he's looking for in women are, women who read literature, or at least have interest in that. And so one of his filtering questions would be, so yeah, Tess, tell me about the last great book you read. And if I can't give a good answer, he's going to be like, oh, okay, cool. And we'll continue the conversation. But it's quite obvious that, oh, he won't continue the conversation. There you go. It's just like, okay, cool. Well, yeah, nice to meet you.
Not at 55. I'm too old for the little flings I had in my 30s and 40s. She's got to tick a few boxes now. I'm like a woman in her mid-30s who's, I only want the guy with all the boxes. Every single box needs ticked. Otherwise, I'm just going to wait and never have kids. Anyway, I shouldn't satirize people. Sorry, Tess, go on.
No, that's okay. The thing is, it's a subtle way of showing, yes, I have standards. These are the things I'm interested in, or these are the qualities I'm looking for in a woman. And so you guys should be thinking about what that is. And some subtle questions you could ask her to show that, because what it does to the woman, it makes her, especially if there's already like, a level of interest established, you can see how much she's trying to invest, right? If I'm really trying hard to answer that question, like, oh yeah, actually I'm not sure, but I really like, I love book recommendations or something. It's, she's trying to give a good answer, or at least show like I'm open to being interested in what you're interested in. That shows you she's really interested. So it's a good way to gauge that, but at the same time, it'll get her interested, because it shows that the kind of guys who do that are spoiled for choice, or like at least have options. They're not just desperate, they're not just desperate to sleep with the first beautiful woman that comes along, or any woman that comes along, right? So it makes you seem more valuable, right? So this is a way of kind of hacking her psychology again. It's really powerful.
Thank you, Tess. That was really good. I've got a lot more fussy as I got older. 55, what have I got? 300,000 hours left at best, maybe only 150,000 hours. So when you get good with women, it's a good way to spend a lot of time. Having 2 girlfriends is a great way to spend a lot of time in a very pleasant way. But, you got to look at what is really important to you in life. So I had something really interesting I was going to say. Yeah, just to give you some context, when I look at the 6 great women of my life, they all were extremely big readers of literature, and in a few cases philosophy, in some cases science. And if I looked at the top 20 women of my life, I haven't done this exercise, but the majority, unless they were bisexual, the majority of them were dramatically better read than the average girl. And many of them were extremely well read. Quite a few of them studied philosophy. And I think nearly all the top 6 had dads who are engineers, is a big one, computer science degrees, or There was an actuary. Anyway, I'm getting mixed up. I haven't talked about this for a while, but yeah. So I've got what I want in woman, and if I don't get it, I'm not really interested, which is a huge sign of value. When I am interested, I'm like, I just lock on, and I nearly always get what I want, or at least I did when I was a bit more promiscuous. Hopefully, I still will, but I haven't met too many girls really like. So yeah, an example of this is there was a girl at an organic cafe who was a model. And she'd just done some campaign whereby she was on billboards all across Sydney, possibly Australia. I think there was some magazine stuff. And I think she'd been on breakfast television promoting something that she was a model in. So she was, whatever, a B or C grade celebrity, whatever you want to call it that. And everyone was like, oh, what was it like to be on TV? And what's it like seeing yourself on billboards all across the city? It must be weird. And it was like a big communal table, one of the best places to meet pretty girls. And yeah, she was like, initially with all these questions, she was like, but then she just got tired of everyone sort of putting her on a pedestal. So I sort of sensed this, and I was sitting quite a way away from her. So I look across the table and I go, the guy who owned the cafe, he was very good at introducing people to each other. So he introduced us, and I looked across, and I took time to remember her name. I can't remember what it is now. It's in my phone, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And I go, so Sylvia, I'm just making that up. So Sylvia, tell me, what's your favorite thing to do when you're not on billboards all across Australia, when you're not a model on billboards all across Australia? I said something like that. And she looks at me and she goes, acting. It's like acting, just like with so much enthusiasm. I think she wanted the conversation to stop. Mind you, I was a wee bit younger at this stage and possibly a tiny bit better looking. Not much, but a bit. And I remember, this is almost verbatim, oh, wow, I love acting. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I did 6 weeks at New York Film Academy in Soho. And she's like, wow, really? And then I can't remember how many open-ended questions later, but I said, tell me about the best part you've ever had in your life. And then she's like, I was taken a slave and I was kidnapped. And then I fell in love with the guy and blah, 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 blah. And she's just talking, I don't know, for 5 minutes. Just there's 8 people on this table. And all she's doing is like laser beaming my eyes and telling me about this acting thing. And then eventually I think one of the women and one of the men realized we should give these guys need a room. So they got up, and I think I moved over and sat opposite her. Or maybe, and I can't remember, to be honest, but I think we might have both done it to the available seat. And anyway, long story, but I didn't want to get her number in front of the cafe owner because he would poison me. He didn't like when people were putting their paws over some extremely attractive customers. So I very smoothly, this was when I was promiscuous, managed to get her out the thing and get her number quickly there, then come back. Hopefully so he didn't notice. He may have noticed. But yeah, the point of that story is, yeah, close to Soho, model level beauty. Every guy would kill for her. She was truly breathtaking, particularly facially. She's kind of skinny, but she's breathtaking woman. And the reason she was so into me is because I was really excited by the fact that she was a legitimately talented actress, as well as one of Australia's better models. So yeah, hopefully that's of value to you. Yeah. If you can, particularly 40s, 50s, 60s, if you can save your escalation, if you can save your drooling all over girls for when there's actually a legitimate connection. If you're a rank beginner, you've been out of the dating for 10 or 15 years, I don't know, maybe test it yourself. But if women genuinely, beautiful women, young women genuinely feel you're legitimately interested in them, it's like another superpower we're giving you. Tess, did you want to add anything? Oh, I should say that's the ultimate transition question. So beautiful, model. Tell me your favorite thing to do when you're not being a model, interviewed on national TV or whatever it was, on billboards all across Australia. So homework. Can you put This is why I was late. I'm doing all this tech stuff. I'm not a very good YouTuber, even though I've probably got a much better camera. And I've got me little mic here. It's a very phallic type thing to have this in front of my face. That's probably quite a large man, certainly for a white guy. Short, but rather thick. Anyway, I should probably scrub that from the final. Sorry, Tess's face has told me I probably shouldn't have said that. This is my first time having one of these things stuck in my face. It's like somewhat homoerotic. So I'll see if I can get used to it. Joe Rogan uses one, and I don't think he's gay somehow. He'd be a special in-demand niche of gay if he is. I don't think so somehow. Yeah, anyway, I'll get used to it. Anyway, what was I talking about? Homework. You want to get back onto your homework. So sit and think about the women you've been most attracted to. Think about your best relationships. Think about the girls that you really, really liked, not because she had great tits, maybe because she had great tits, but also because you just had this fantastic connection. Think about it. Take at least a few minutes, and whatever. If you're a young tech guy, get your notes out on your computer. If you're an old duffer like me, get one of these. I don't have a moleskin here. Get one of these old school things that we used to use when we were at school that no one really does, and you get one of these implements here where you actually scratch the page and it like lines come up, and then you can actually use words like that. You don't just type them or whisper flow them, as I've fallen in love with. Thank you, whisper flow. I think it's gone down in quality though. And actually write things that you're most attracted to in women. Write it on this old scratchy pad thing. Make a list and be aware of this list and prioritize the list from 1 all the way down. I'll tell you, for me, number 1 is the girl has to have read literature. She must love literature. My throwaway line was, I want her to masturbate to Leo Tolstoy, the guy who wrote War and Peace, Anna Karenina. That's my dream girl. If a girl does that, she can be a 7, and as far as I'm concerned, she's a 9.5. Maybe not 9 1/4. Another thing is she must have done some travel. She must have been born in another country, preferably a culture very different to Australia. Otherwise, it's just not going to work, no matter how beautiful she is. Brains is obviously high up on the list. That's the amount she's read is a good indicator of that. I can give you my list. I like if a girl plays sport, or like with Tess, she's doing paragliding and surfing. I don't surf at this age. But girls who do not just watch makeup videos on YouTube and try to sleep with DJs and low-level football players or whatever they try to do. So do that. Please do this homework. We want to give you lots of stuff, but we want you to take action and improve your life. We want you to take action and improve your life. So yeah, please take action. Do at least one of the pieces of homework we give you. Preferably do all of them. It really, really, really will make a big difference for you. So Tess, did you want to add anything about the homework? You might want to talk about a guy who surfs, or I think you said, you dream of dating a guy who paraglides. I'm going to give that a shot one time. Tess told me how if you go near the coast, it's remarkably safe, but when you go over, other parts, it's probably the most dangerous sport statistically there is, or it's close. So yeah, talk about how. So I shouldn't scare you. Don't you die on me. You're too valuable now. You give up paragliding except over the coast. I wouldn't tell you to do that. Be nice. Yeah, it's the most dangerous sport there is, I think. No, I know, way more dangerous than MMA. Okay, so what I was going to say, so tell me what it's like where a guy is really into surfing. Travel's another big thing for you. He's really into paragliding, which what would be your ultimate thing for a guy to do? Like with me, she's read a little literature. What's like test crack?
Activity was surfing is a big one because it is such a big part of my life and lifestyle. So that sort of lifestyle factor is really big for me in terms of what I look for in a relationship. But yeah, I mean, adventure, yeah, travel, all those sorts of things as well. Also, you know, I like guys who don't take themselves too seriously. I like to have fun. So yeah. I wanted to say for the homework, I really did want to add to this as well. Guys, if you're writing down a list of the women, you know, what you're looking for in a woman, think about where these women are going to be as well. You know, if you're looking for a woman who's into health and fitness, or oh yeah, like James reads literature, like where are these women going to be? Are you going to find them in a nightclub? Maybe not. You've got to put yourself in the position where these women are going to be, but also you need to think about what qualities you have and maybe what things you might need to improve on for yourself if that's what you're looking for in a woman, right? So it's a really, really good exercise to do, this homework task.
Thank you, Tess. Yeah, I should add, I'm really into girls who read literature. I'm really into girls who've done at least a little bit of travel, or come from a culture very different to America, Australia, etc. But yeah, you don't need to be into girls who read literature and hang out in bookstores. You need to figure out what you're into and make a list. And then to take the homework one step further, develop open-ended questions. Like the question I've asked more girls than just about anything else is, so tell me about the last great book you read, which ironically I got from that Fly Around the World model I was talking about, that I lived with a long, long time ago. Okie dokie. So we should do some of the comments. Can you pull out a few questions for us, Tess?
Yeah, thanks guys for your engagement. We've had a bunch of comments and questions come through. So yeah, some new guys as well. Let's just say hi to some of our regulars. Adam, Martin, Jeff, Virtual, Landon, always nice to see you guys. DJ Hellsfire as well. Sean Maloney, Simply Learn, cool. Peter Dixon, yeah, we've got a bunch of people here. Rambala, MJ Hundy, MW777, Simply Learn, John Gibson, Hadrian, welcome guys. Thanks for all your questions. Let's get to answering some of them. So let's
Tess, we've gone mainstream. Like Brad
yes,
Pitt. Who's
thanks
a famous
for your
actress?
ongoing support, Adam. We really appreciate it.
I don't know any actresses. Who's a famous actress? Like, I just know old ones. Kate Blanchett, Brad Pitt, Kate Blanchett, eat your heart out. James and Tess have gone mainstream. Thank you, Adam. We'll have to give you something special. We might just do, what's this, an interesting one? We've got, thank you so much for the enthusiasm. I'm sorry for being late again. Where's a question? We might, Tess, can you pull out a question? What's butt pinching? I don't even know what that means.
I think that someone commented when you were talking about when a woman anytime a woman touches you, and I think I saw that comment come up. If she pinches your butt, that's an obvious one.
Very good, very good, very good. I can't say I've had too many butt pinches, but yeah, I had a dick grab one time. Again, that was because of the people I was with. Tess and James, why do younger women find older men attractive? We've done whole YouTube lives on this. So often it's about extensive relationship experience, life experience, maturity. They're not going to wrap their car around a tree or a telephone pole. They know how to handle themselves in restaurants. They might understand how to dress. Some of us know their way around a vagina and a clitoris and a bedroom. We're not quite as selfish lovers as we might have been in our, early 20s. There's so many things. Just so many things that as older guys have as an advantage, even though we might have gray hair or wrinkles or, flabby stomach, that a big percentage of younger women lust after. One of the other things I don't think people pay attention to, I met the love of my life in my early 30s, and I met the greatest woman of my life in my early 30s. The greatest woman of my life I stayed with until my late 30s, off and on. But yeah, I just let these, and I met probably the third greatest woman of my life in my late 30s, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh. But yeah, I could get, because of whatever skill I had, I could just get more girls. So I really didn't respect them. So one of the other reasons a lot of really beautiful women want older men is because, you know, they've been around the bush a few times, they've sowed their wild oats, and they're not going to break hearts, that they're actually going to value a relationship. Because like, if I got access to basically any of those girls I just mentioned now, I wouldn't be fucking up. I wouldn't be like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, in one case I was in love with her, but like, she's pretty cute too. And then because she's seen me with this stunning girl who I'm in love with, she really wants to fuck me because of the whatever the social proof pre-selection. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of reasons why I think younger women find older men attractive. Tess, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think you covered that pretty well, James. But yeah, so much of the time it is just about maturity, emotional maturity. You know who you are, you know what you want, you've got direction, you've got focus, and yeah, you're just not you're not doing stupid shit that young guys are doing. Yeah.
I might just do one more question, then we'll get back to what we promised. Sorry about the big nose cam, guys, but yeah, my new teleprompter and my fancy phallic symbol in front of my face, I'm still adjusting to this. I grew up in Perth, Western Australia, which I sometimes joke at least was the second most homophobic place on earth after Saudi Arabia. So I'm having to make an adjustment. I haven't really had this experience before. I haven't been to jail, so there's probably no other way I'd have this. Hope this isn't homophobic. I've been friends with gay people. I acted with an incredibly talented gay guy. James, if you say women point their feet towards men they're interested in, do men do the same to women? Yeah, all the time, all the time. I'll often be in a place, I'll see a really hot girl, I'll notice her, then I'll realize my foot's pointing towards her. So yeah, this is one of the ninja ones. This is one of the most ninja signals of all, because it's very hard for a girl. She does this unconsciously. Again, you've got to be able to read reading signals is a lot more complicated than just our introduction on YouTube. That's a great start. You've got to read multiple signals at once. It's like if you're a German person and you're learning English and you hear the word fuck, it could mean you want to have sex with someone. It could mean you're pissed off. It could mean you're trying to emphasize a word. It could mean you stubbed your toe, you kicked your toe into the curb when you were running and your toe hurts. I just broke my toe trail running. So, and I probably said fuck very, very loud when I said it. Like, fuck! I could break my ribs too, trail running. So yeah, you've got to be able to read multiple signals. It's not just you take one piece of, you just take one word and decide. If Tess says the word fuck, you don't go, oh, this girl definitely wants to have sex with me. She could be pissed off at you if she uses the word fuck. So reading signals is the same. You've got to interpret clusters. That's one of the things we really help you with. Okay, we'll get back to our wonderful clients' questions in a bit. Thank you so much, Tess. Did you want to add anything to the foot thing, or should we get back onto?
No, you covered that really well, James. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, shoulders where her body's pointing as well, that sort of thing. That's plays into this as well, body language.
My notes have gone all funny. Let me see. Tess, do you want to ad lib for a second? We might choose not chosen. Keep going.
Do you want to go to the next point, James?
Yeah, pull a question up. Just pull
sure.
a question up, please. You can answer it.
No worries. So Simply Learn 123 is asking, my question is, I always rush the process and forget that it's a skill and it needs patience to cook and nurture. How much time is ideal to learn and acquire this skill? I mean, being good with girls. How much time? It depends. It depends on how dedicated you are, how fast a learner you are, you know, in the process. We give you homework. It's how much you're actually incorporating these skills in everyday life. So this does vary person to person, but like it can happen quite quickly, you know. Like, yeah, we have some clients we've worked with who have just done a few sessions with me on Zoom and like had really great results. Yeah, one student I've been working with recently just did probably started at a below average starting point. I was a little bit worried about this one, but after 3 sessions, went out on the weekend and lined up 6 dates. 6 dates. I was astounded. That was like hugest, biggest, like, you know, fastest improvement. Yeah, it was wild. So it can happen quite quickly. But again, you know, once we kind of nail skills and build a strong foundation, we build on that as well. So you know, you can just get more and more advanced. So this is a journey, guys. It's a journey.
That's a fantastic question, Simply Learn. You'd have to define what good is. It could just be getting dates with girls much more attractive than you're used to. It could be sleeping with a lot of girls. It could be meeting the woman of your dreams. It could be just being better than 95% of men and essentially getting most of your choice with women. You know, for me, it used to be how many models in my 30s and early 40s. It used to be how many models can I sleep with, which I'm sort of ashamed of, but it made me a great dating coach. Or how many threesomes I can get, or how many different girls can get into threesomes, or how long can I keep 2 girls having threesomes with me all the time. So there's a whole, or, you know, it could be, you know, for some guys, it might be dating celebrities. I kind of regret not living in New York or somewhere where I met a lot of celebrities. Anyway, enough about me. So it depends on your definition. Tess probably answered it quickly. In terms of getting dates, kissing and sexual relationships with women way more attractive than you ever have before, we can turn that baby round in a month if you're a good student. We've probably gone quicker than that sometimes, particularly the live boot camp, which I'll tell you a bit about, probably somewhere around the 2-hour mark. I mean, like that. I mean, so many guys have left, and I mean, one of my approach coaches, he slept with 3 girls after a long period, celibate, like years after one of the most toxic breakups. He slept with a model, an Eastern European girl he said was way hotter than the model, and an acrobat in 3 days. We had another approach coach. I just remember the approach coach for some reason. He did the boot camp. He'd slept with less than 5 girls, and he needed to be really drunk to even do the approach. They're all average. One of them was a bitch. And in the 3 months after boot camp, he got 3 sets of threesomes with attractive girls from the few photos I saw. And even better than that, one of the threesomes kept going basically every week. And this was within 3 months he did this. So yeah, it can really, really make a huge difference. So I've got a wee bit lost. So, okay, we'll get on to this one here. Okay. Forget cold approach if you're over 40. Hear me out. Forget cold approach if you're over 40. Qualification. Cold approach is a compulsory skill that you need to get better with women. You have to, and you don't have to learn. I had a guy getting threesomes and dating models when he was too scared to cold approach. He had very little energy and he had serious social anxiety when he came to me. So you can get results at cold approach, but for the vast majority of you, you need to be at a cold approach because that's like a stepping stone. But you don't want, like what you see on YouTube, guys chasing women around the street. If you're 40, let alone 50 or 60, you're meant to be selling the girl that, you know, you've got this important life and you've got things going on. You don't have time to chase girls down the street all day or, you know, go out to bars all hours of the night, just cold approaching. You need to do that to get from A to B, but it's not the way to get quality women. Certainly not women who'll define your life, in my opinion. I've met models cold approaching, but most of the time when I meet models, it comes from what I call social intelligence, what I call social engineering. And I forgot where I meant to get this. Tess, can you fudge for a second while I try to find my definition of social engineering. Here, I've got it. This tech stuff really threw me. Excuse me, I'll just put it here. The lighting's screwing me up a bit. I've got to remember to get close to this mic, which is still freaking me out a little bit. I've never had anything this big and this cylindrical that's close to my big nose. Anyway, I'll get used to it. Okay, social engineering, creating massive attraction in beautiful women, beautiful younger women, by developing high-level social intelligence in the top 2% of men, preferably 1%, including understanding women's true attraction switches. I'll guarantee you don't understand women's true attraction switches. Sort of 99 out of 100 of you watching this. And female psychology to effortlessly beat guys who are way more tall, young, ripped, handsome than you are. It involves things like touch, eye contact, body language, elite level conversation skills, reading signals, understanding date planning, really optimizing your style to attract women, not attract attention, but attract women by being very low key, but very stylish, and understanding women's tests. So there's a few others as well. So yeah, the way you get women is you don't go chasing them down the street. You certainly don't go swiping on apps in 2026. So I opened with an incredible explanation of big-headed, incredible. When I met the extremely attractive girl who was 32 years younger than me at the Apple store, I did it with social intelligence. I made a good impression on another girl there, and then I read her signals, and I did a good job of opening her. Then the list I gave you, great opening to questions, great listening for bonus information, blah, 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 blah. So I generally don't go, I do cold approaching. It's important. You have to learn it. But the way to get women easily, the way to get women where it's much more effortless to get them on dates, first kiss, into the bed, and the way to get the highest quality women is by social engineering attraction. Again, men see boobs and big mouths and beautiful smiles and long legs. We go, I want to do her. Women see a guy who's well presented. And okay, this is key. I heard this from Dr. David Buss and Dr. Jordan Peterson. David Buss being, one of the world's top 3, if not the world's #1 evolution psychologist, that women are hypersensitive to where energy in a room goes. Women are hypersensitive to where energy in a room goes. So you can be old, short, full head of gray hair, bit of a gut, but if you can be the guy who is getting most of the energy in the room, you'll get women you can't dream of. I don't know if expert's the right word, but I've got vast experience at this because I've made the majority of my money public speaking. Whether you call this public speaking or not, it's up to you. So yeah, anyway, you see all the beautiful coaches on my YouTube channel. I've spent a lot of time having boobs rubbed against me and having to not react to it, or reacting in 1 or 2 cases, but mostly not. I've literally had girls come to do a seminar with me, girls who are much younger than me, who accidentally managed to rub their boobs against me. Another time I was with a model who was presenting a fashion show. She was like the head model in the room, a bunch of sort of amateur aspiring models, and I had boobs of topless women rubbed against me. So what you want to do is you want to become the high value man in whatever social situation you're in. And that's something Tess and Natalia and I spend a lot of time coaching you once we've got the basic touch, eye contact, body language, conversation skills, listening skills, reading signals going. We want to make you the high value or one of the high value guys in the social situations where you want to meet women. And it is the ultimate hack. Apart from maybe being famous, and to some extent you are famous within a certain location. I could give you example after example of me doing this, and any of you have watched us for long. Tess, can you talk about how, some 50-year-old guy, if a woman's going to date a 50-year-old guy, she expects he's sort of got his shit together, and he probably doesn't have 10 spare hours to run around cold approaching random girls in the street. or spend his whole life swiping on dating apps, messaging girls, most of whom are fake Photoshop photos, which is very easy with Nano Banana and Elon Musk's whatever editor. Photoshop, elite level Photoshop, even a silly old twit like me can do it these days. I put Tess in a green top so that you guys would click a bit more. I'm turning into a bit of a YouTuber, and I promise the quality of dating advice won't go down if I turn into a YouTuber. While I'm on the subject, in terms of people who are good at YouTube or good at marketing, I just discovered one of the greatest living health gurus in the last 2 weeks. And there's 2 other guys who I regard as the greatest living health gurus. And then there's a lot of guys who've been on a lot of famous podcasts and have huge followings who don't give the greatest health advice. In some cases, give really bad health advice. One, the guy I just discovered was absolutely going to town, calling him a dumbass and an idiot, despite a PhD from one of the world's most famous universities in medicine. It's a guy I've made fun of I've made fun of his health advice without mentioning his name. This guy was actually putting the boots into this guy, just saying he was one of the dumbest people ever. Had no business giving health advice despite his extremely elite degree. But so often the good advice comes from people with little or no idea about marketing or YouTube, or, oh, if Tess is in a green top and I do a thumbnail with Tess in green, I'm going to get this click through. But if I use my Nano Banana and good old Elon Musk picture optimization skills, I can get more clicks by making it that color green you can see on the thumbnail. So yeah, so often the best advice comes from people who are absolutely crap at getting in front of you. And just I'll round this point out now. I've got because of a medical intervention, I've got a certain health problem that's really knocked me around a bit. And the 2 best people to help me, they don't even charge by credit card. You got to send them a fucking bank transfer after you see them. They're so incompetent. One of them doesn't even have fucking Google reviews. So I'm getting carried away here. So often the people who have the best information, the guys who've spent years actually doing the thing they're trying to help you with, they're not very good at all this marketing, YouTube, Instagram shit. I mean, if you look at go back to one of my first YouTube lives and look at the production quality. I mean, everyone said this guy's a fucking loser. Look at him with his long hair and hunched over and fuzzy. One time the screen on my MacBook was covered in olive oil or something. And I was like underwater, like deeply underwater. Tess looked kind of cute, but I made fish noise. I was like, look, I was completely underwater for a whole 2-hour YouTube live. Anyway, let's get back to forget cold approach over 40. Tess, what's your 2 cents worth on that?
Yeah, definitely, guys. The thing is, if you're, what we mean by this is that you want to be doing invited approaches. So when you can get a handle on social engineering, whereby you're actually drawing the attention of the woman and she's putting herself in front of you, showing you signals that she wants to be approached, it's no longer a cold approach, right? So this puts you in the ideal situation. It gives you a lot of power in the beginning to work with. You're starting off with an advantage when she's giving you those signals. So social engineering is huge, is absolutely huge. Like, to give like a very blatant example of this that I'm sure everyone can really understand, women are attracted to where energy goes, and again, this is to do with like status within a particular context. So a really obvious one is when you might see a band performing on stage, and yeah, women are going crazy. Like, oh my god, that guy's so that lead singer's so hot. They're taking their shirt off, whatever, throwing a bra at him, whatever. And potentially when he's off the stage, if she didn't actually know the band that well, she might not even recognize the guy, or just like not even look twice. It's literally the fact that he's on stage and just in front of everyone, that is really what's behind the attraction. It's not the anything else really. So James said he's experienced that similarly just from public speaking and being in front of a stage. It's because he's the leader in that scenario. So you can bring this into any setting, really, where you become a prominent male person in that setting, just by drawing the attention from other people. So let's just say you go to your local coffee shop and you enter, and because you've been able, you've built rapport with the people who work there and maybe the other regulars, that sort of thing. Everyone's like, "Oh, hey James, how you doing?" when you enter. And instantly, if there are other women, they're like, "Oh, everyone likes this guy, everyone knows this guy. Who's he?" So she's interested already. Same goes for if you're at the gym or wherever you go, you frequent regularly. It's a really good thing to be doing. Yeah. And then again, if it's also places you've never been before, that takes a little bit more skill. James talked about the example in the Apple store where he kind of built rapport with one of the other women first. So that again was drawing attention from the really beautiful one that he used in the example, because she's like, oh, that guy's getting along with my work colleague. Who's that guy? So yeah, social engineering is amazing. It's the women are going to come to you instead of you having to cold approach them. So yeah, this is a huge advantage. It's amazing.
Thanks, Tess. Okay, this is probably the number one point we've ever given you in every YouTube live we've ever done in our life. This will save you oceans of pain. Actually, I'll explain the boot camp for those of you who are interested, probably after this point. Okay, now, if you become a man and you go out and cold approach a girl, which some of you might say is contrary to my last point, it's not. Or better still, use social engineering, social coach, social engineering to attract women probably out of your league. If that's the way you get girls, your chance of getting a toxic girl that way, compared to what the rest of every other guy does, whereby you work hard, you get the German car, you get the nice place, you get a fancy job title, you maybe get, a Swiss watch, maybe get whatever. And you get a girl who ultimately picks you up. Women are experts at getting some guy to think that he picked them up when they picked him up, or that they made it so easy or so obvious for him. Particularly once they get beyond, a certain age where they're over their beauty peak, women are generally picking men up, particularly in 2026. So the maths of you let a girl pick you up, which most of you guys watching have done pretty much every girl you've been with. I'm not saying all, but most. Versus you go out, be a man, take life into your own hands and make shit happen. Okay, now, in the instance where a girl knows what you do for work, or you're the most desirable guy in her social group and she's getting old, she thinks she's not going to get anyone, so she just grabs you. Potentially after she slept with a bunch of higher value guys, she knows she can't get one of them, but she can get you, and you got a little bit of cash and you own a house and you got a good job or whatever. Yeah, this is the worst, the dumbest thing you can ever do in your life is to let women choose you and not be the one to be the chosen one and not go out and choose the women you want. I'm an expert. I settled and stayed too long with a girl who did everything in her power to completely fuck my life up. And I'd have to give her an A, maybe an A+ for how well she did it, including not paying my female coaches and sending us fake Photoshop bank statements. Anyway, the levels women will go to get revenge on a guy who disrespects them when they get a bit older. Not all women, but some of them. So yeah, if you want insurance, not quite a guarantee, but pretty close to a beyond reasonable doubt guarantee that the woman you spend a lot of time with won't go toxic on you, hunt your own meat. Hunt your own meat. Hunt your own meat. When I talk about the boot camp in a little bit, I'm going to teach you more about hunt your own meat. I better do this soon, actually. So, okay. This is the most important thing I've ever said to you on the subject of women. I honestly believe it's the most important thing anyone will ever tell you on the subject of women, particularly when it comes to happiness and achievement in your life. Never, ever settle for a woman. This is the ultimate pain you can give yourself in life. I repeat, the ultimate pain you give yourself in life. The other thing I've said that's probably the most important thing I've ever said, women, again, these are two writer-downers. Women don't respect men who can't easily go out and attract or pick up other women of their caliber. That's your guarantee or near guarantee of a healthy, long-term, good relationship where she doesn't go toxic on you. If she thinks you can go out and replace her, 10 times better, 20 times better. You'll never see that dark side of her that so many of you guys will see in women. I'll give you an actual case study. A guy I coached in Perth, Western Australia, mother was a model, rich, way over 10 mil. And this is going back 12 years or 13 years, probably way more than that now because he's got some property. I mean, a big block of land. He's got a good medical business, probably a lot more than that now. And finally, one of the most masculine men you'd realistically ever meet in your life, even in his late 40s and early 50s. He was like an MMA, boxing, jiu-jitsu nut. This guy has had Amber Heard after Amber Heard after Amber Heard. Can you imagine settling for a woman and then you break up with her after a series of restraining orders and calling the police to get rid of her? And then she sees on Facebook, I think it was, that he's going to Thailand to do I think it was a Muay Thai course. So she cut a key to his house and she invites herself in. And he thought she was the biggest bitch who's ever walked the face of the earth. But her dog, his beloved half Staffy, half pit bull, loved her, liked her. So she comes around, gets the dog, takes it for a walk to the vet, and says, blah, 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 blah. Can you put the dog down, please? And the silly ass vet does it. So my buddy gets back and probably his most prized possession, the thing he loves the most in the world, his half Staffy, half pit bull, is no longer with him. And it takes him a long time to figure out what happened. It was torture. He's had like 5 or 6 of these. I think there's a different girl who was like 5'2", like tiny little girl. She ran up to his quite expensive, whatever, big 8-bedroom house door, and she runs up and she does flying kicks into the door and leaves these stiletto dents in the door because I think it was another restraining order issue. He eventually had to call the police in the middle of the night after he broke up with her. And again, you do this sort of thing in the 2020s and the police start by interrogating you just in case you're an abuser, even though it's the woman you called the police. I talked to a client guy who had done that recently. That he calls the police for protection from this crazy woman, and the police come around, they start interrogating him in case he's a domestic abuser when he's the one who called them. This guy, when he was at university, he went to an elite all-boys private school and he had some cool friends. He got masses and masses of sex pretty much his whole life, particularly at university and early in his medical career when he was working as a bouncer. But it was just, for those old enough to remember, Fatal Attraction, Michael Douglas, Glenn Close, bunny boiler after bunny boiler after bunny boiler. If any young guys have tuned in, Amber Heard. If you want to have great women in your life, if you want to have women who actually take you higher than you've ever been before and not kill your dog or ruin your life, then you've got to stop settling. You've got to choose the women you spend time with, not be chosen. If anyone thinks this is the best thing I've ever taught you, tell me this is the best thing he's ever taught me, because I honestly, sincerely think it is, particularly if you got a wee bit of cash. Tess, do you want to, I don't know, I know you dated a male model. I don't know if you've got anything you can feed, but to quote it again, James taught me how to hunt me own meat. Best thing that's ever happened to me in me life. He had a good thick Aussie accent, this guy. a lot deeper than I could ever imitate. Tess, do you have anything you can share with the guys about what it's like to feel like you're chosen? The guy's got options versus it's just the best guy, whatever, you're in the same social circle or something, or the most high level guy you got off a dating app. Can you just explain that to a guy, how you feel so much more valued? There's obviously a much greater connection. You're much less likely to go toxic on him. Not that Tess would ever go toxic on a man. She's an angel. I don't know if she's a complete angel, but I think she's maybe in the top quintile of most angelic. I haven't dated her, so I can't know firsthand. She could be one of the girls who's really sweet to the whole wide world, but a complete and utter C word to her guy. But I don't think so. I had one of those girls. Yeah. Complete and utter angel to the world and a complete and utter C word to her man once she's got him trapped. I don't think Tess is one of those girls, but I don't know for sure. Tess, can you talk about that, please? I'm probably getting an uncomfortable laugh here.
No. Okay.
I shouldn't interrupt my star coach. If you've had one of those angelic women who the whole world think, oh, Jodie's so lovely, you're so lucky to have her. But when she's alone with you, Satan couldn't come up with ways to be more fucking evil than Jodie. If you've ever had one of those girls, just go, yeah, satanic girl. The world loved her. What can we say? Nice to the world, complete and utter BITCH to me. If you ever had one of them, just put it in the chat. Give us some feedback. YouTube bars up. Go, Tess.
I won't comment on that one, James.
You're letting that go through to the keeper. What's it like to be chosen rather than some guy? Some guys just settle.
No. I meant no comment on what I'm like in a relationship.
Ooh.
No. I'm an angel.
We might have some Tess gossip here. I wouldn't have picked it.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just creating some intrigue. But anyway, what's it like to be chosen? Obviously, if the guy presents himself as a valuable man, right? And you're like, oh wow, he's choosing me. Of course that's going to make you feel special. A woman who, even a really beautiful woman who kind of knows her value as well, like when there's a really high quality man in front of her, a man who presents himself that way, he's going to be spoiled for choice with women. That's how women get hooked, right? Men who present themselves that way. So it does feel really good to be chosen by that kind of guy, right? Now the thing is, those kind of guys as well, they do hunt their own meat, right? So that's what makes it even more special. Like for so many guys who, you might be really successful, financially, or in your line of work, or whatever. You've got certain achievements, you're high status in certain ways, and you've been, you're really good looking even. Women have been picking you up your whole life. These are the guys we often see who have had toxic relationship after toxic relationship. And I think what happens is, what are the kind of women who are actually picking up these guys? They're the women who are like, oh, I need to get my claws in this guy. They're either gold diggers, they're like really controlling, manipulative women, or they're just not the kind of women who are too busy, being chased by men and having to palm them away, So they're generally, you're not as high quality women, is what I'm saying. They're the ones who are out there trying to, get their mitts into the guys. Generally, the more high quality women are the ones who are in relationships long term, or too busy trying to like sift through the weeds of men who are trying to date them. So hunt your own meat. Don't choose, not be chosen. That's important.
This is an anecdote in Tess's favor. I think social coach is going, we are relationship coaches, we just don't tell ourselves that. I was talking to Tess about us sort of rebranding as a dating and relationship coach, because we are, but we don't really talk about it. Because it's all very well to get a girl, but then the woman's psychology, women's tests, the inevitable ups and downs. If you have a long-term relationship with a woman, particularly in a fucked up Western world where you live on your own in a apartment or a house, and like she's your everything. She's your everything. It's like you see her so much more than your best friends. You see her more than anyone, versus the sort of traditional village life or what do you call it? First Nation people, or a lot of cultures that aren't sort of materialistic American, whatever, whatever, big wide roads, big huge houses, miles away from everyone else. So it's just so important to choose, not be chosen. Which leads me, I lied, we'll tell you about the boot camp after this. The numbers are going to be a bit screwed up. Sorry about this, I'm a bit of a dull. Sorry, the homework, before we go there, homework about choose, not be chosen, is just be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. If you've got a bit of cash, a bit of success, you own a house, you're rich, or you're good looking, this is so important. Be honest with yourself. Think about the women you've ended up in relationships with. How did you meet them? Was it just the only girl you matched with and got a date with that turned into sex on a dating app? Was it someone who knew your sister, or someone through work, or someone through friends? Or meeting girls through hobbies and interests? I'm all for it. But if the only girl you've ever met is part of the sort of community at a gym you go to every week, versus you've actually gone out and taken action, just have some awareness. Are you always being chosen, or are you the chooser? Do you hunt your own meat? So you can call the homework hunt your own meat. Someone's loud out in the corridor. So, this is, my numbers have really screwed up. Sorry. Sorry about the numbers, guys. Competence leads to confidence. You are in a bar. Let's hypothetically imagine you weigh 230 pounds of muscle and you're 30 years old. And you have a pretty severe disagreement with Conor McGregor or Caleb. And you've both been drinking and it gets a bit heated. Who wins that fight? Tell me. Who thinks if they weighed 230 pounds of mainly muscle and they're 30 years old and they get in a fight with Conor McGregor, when you're both drunk, or maybe he's not drunk, you are drunk, maybe he's being a bit of a dickhead, a drunken Irish dickhead. I've had a few of them in my travels. Or even worse than Conor, what about is it Caleb? I can't pronounce his name. The absolute monster. Now, those guys, I believe, fight. I can't do, what's that? I think they fight, is it 58 or 68 kilos? I think they fight around 65 kilos, 130. They fight around 145, 150. Someone fact check me on my quick times by 2.2. I'm trying to help you people who don't use metric system. So these guys weigh 145 pounds. You weigh 230 pounds. You've got like 4 or 5 inches in height difference. He's drunk out of his mind. Who's going to win that fight? Who's going to win that fight? Answer. Unless you've done a good amount of jiu-jitsu, probably jiu-jitsu, even if you've done a lot of boxing and you come up against Conor McGregor, he's going to go, okay, he's on the front of his toes. He's got his guard up like that. He's much closer to me than if he's done MMA. He's just going to, okay, this guy's a lot bigger than me, he can box. So he'll just take your legs out or you'll go and take you down. You've got no hope unless you've done a lot of MMA with a good coach. You have next to no hope against a fight with Conor McGregor or Caleb. Is anyone going to argue with me? Anyone who hasn't spent a lot of time on an MMA dojo, whatever you call it, or cage, or at least a boxing ring or something. No one in their right mind is ever going to debate this point. You get in a fight with Conor McGregor, even if you've got like 100 pounds on him, he's going to fuck you up so bad if he wanted to. Like, just kill you if he wanted to. So people accept this. It's obvious. But then when I say old, short, grey-haired, flabby-stomached guy who's got touch, eye contact, body language, elite level conversation skills, style, reading signals, a bit about women's tests, women's psychology. A guy who's getting like a 6 out of 10 or better in all of those will destroy some tall, handsome, Ferrari driving rich guy. He may get some of the girls, but they're going to be the women who he settled. He got chosen rather than chose, and it's going to end up with, his dog getting put down and shit like this. So yeah, is anyone going to seriously argue with me on this point? I don't think so. Tess, can you talk about, I've done this with Jackie, I've done this with Natalia, I've done this with Nick, I don't know if I've done this with you. You've dated at least one male model that I know of, maybe more, and I haven't asked you, have you dated guys who are just average looking or below average looking? Can you just talk about how, guys, you talked about the guy who knew everyone in Bondi Beach, even though you lived in the north. Just talk about how a guy who's good with women, good with people, in your view, I don't want to put words into your mouth, will possibly destroy a guy who ticks all the archetypal boxes of tall, rich, handsome, big black dick. Just like this one, because this one's great. I'm going to get a black one so I can make better jokes about it. Sorry about all the black dick jokes. I played basketball and I saw some scary things in my time. Not porn, basketball. Go on. Tess, you should answer before I say something stupid.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think, having social competence is hugely attractive because it plays into the social engineering that I talked about. It kind of just happens for guys who have social competence, the kind of guys who are just outgoing. They can talk to anyone. People just like them because, they'll say hello to anyone. They'll ask them a question or give them a compliment or whatever. And generally they have a lot of friends, right? So yeah, that's hugely, hugely attractive. I think a guy who, who's a loner and you might be really successful and whatever, but you haven't had the time to put effort into that side of your life, or maybe it's just not your personality. It's harder for the woman to actually connect with you, and especially in the early part of dating, right? Because it's also harder to build trust easily, because again, when a woman's out with you and she sees, oh, everyone likes this guy, everyone knows him, they like him, it's much easier for her to also let her guard down and be like, okay, well, this guy's a trustworthy person, I can also trust him. Whereas, if you're not able to do that, she kind of might test you a little bit. She's unsure. She's trying to figure you out more, right? Because you're a bit more not on the surface level, let's say.
Thanks, Tess. Okay, as we promised, this has been requested by multiple people, including a guy who's done the calls with Tess. I'm going to make an absolute dill of myself as usual. And don't want anyone persecute me. The lovely Tess is going to disappear for a little bit. And I'm going to explain how we've been helping guys with women since a long, long time. So Tess, can you give me tips about how I screw this up? Okay, so you might need to stop talking. Let's see how we go. So I've got to add this baby to stage. Remove other media. What the hell? Why is everything so difficult? Okay, he's done it. Now this is the tough bit. Now if I don't screw this up, I'm going to be very happy with myself. Okay. So I'm sharing this. Oh, good, he's done it. So now, Tess, can you tell me if it's worked? Can you see Breakthrough Bootcamp 3.0? I can't hear her. I hope to God you can. Tess, just give me a thumbs up if you can see No. Ah! Okay, God. It worked perfectly before. Let me see. Sorry, guys, it'll be worth it. Oh, for those. How about now? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Oh, good. He's done it. He's done it. Yay! Yay, James. He did it. 55. So hopefully it's still there. Oh, no, I've got to look over here. I've screwed up completely. Anyway, Breakthrough Bootcamp 3.0. I don't even know what you can see. There's gonna be
no, wait. James, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just a white screen. It's like your notes. It's showing your presenter notes, not the actual
Oh, you dickhead.
slides. I'm not sure.
Let me just see. Happening. Tell me, you guys will be. I'm not a very good YouTuber, despite my fancy mic.
Oh yeah, that's it. You got it.
He did it. He did it. Yay! Sorry,
there you go.
I could probably sleep with a model much easier than pull all this shit together. Certainly in my 30s and 40s. Anyway, you can see what it looks like. He did it. I'm so excited for myself. Okay, this is what we've been doing since 2006. Quite a long time. Bunch of really hot girls, bunch of guys. We've got a huge community. We want to build one rapidly around the world so we can find you wings. So yeah, like, subscribe, etc. So yeah, this will take about 18 minutes roughly. If you've no interest in any of this, you should watch the first few minutes because there's going to be some really good tips coming. But yeah, we're just going to explain to you guys how we help people. So Breakthrough Bootcamp 3.0, what you'll get: supreme social confidence, a stack of hot dates, and your beautiful, loving dream girlfriend fast. Thousands of guys we've helped on live events. So the goal is to get you off this god-awful merry-go-round that most men go through, where you're single, lonely, sad, maybe getting a little bit depressed, and then whatever, you break up with her, she breaks up with you, and then, you know, whatever, it takes us some time. And then eventually you get someone, maybe it's okay for a while, and you soon realize you're stuck in a relationship that's either so boring and unfulfilling, or worse, so bad, maybe even toxic, that you just dream of being single, alone, jerking off to porn. So many of you watching would have had women so toxic and damaging to you, possibly because you just settled, that you'd have rather been stuck single, jerking off to porn, than actually with this girl. So the number one sin of how to destroy your life with women is to settle for whatever woman fate drops in your path. This is one of the biggest writer downers ever. As I said, this is the guy. James taught me to hunt me own meat. Now, it's not just me. The number one financial decision of your entire life, according to the recently deceased great Charlie Munger, and a guy I regard, many would regard as the world's greatest dating coach in the world today, a guy called Alex Hormozi. Bit of a distraction. When I was a boy, dating business coaches wore suits and had short back and sides and wore glasses. Today, they look like they break your legs when you don't pay your drug debts or you don't pay your hooker. So yeah, he is literally the world's greatest dating coach, according to many people. Anyway, what he said, the guy on the right, Alex Hormozi, said, there is no way I'd be this rich if I hadn't married that woman. He gives so much of success to his wife, Layla, who's an amazing coach as well. And Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's business partner, the number one financial decision of your life is not Bitcoin or MSCI or property or anything like that, or S&P. It's who do you marry? It's who do you marry? Now, I got stuck on, I think, Twitter, maybe even Instagram, on there much. And I got a series of billionaires and business coaches saying the number one most important thing for your finances, not to mention your happiness and health, is don't settle, find a great woman for you, which, funnily enough, is what Social Coach does. So, what we need to do to completely transform your life, we guarantee that. We'll be doing this for 20 years. Number one, do a bunch of one-on-one 45-minute Zoom coaching dates with our female coaches. The ideal amount is like 2 a month. And then Tess and Natalia will give you some homework if you can at least do some of that. Let the coaches and me brutally tear apart and quickly optimize your approaching skills, your conversation skills, what you wear, your wardrobe style, any social media or dating apps, like there's so many badly broken funnels just because of a WhatsApp picture or something. We need to fix all this for you. You don't need to do this. We're still getting great results for guys in America and Europe without it. But yeah, if you want to absolutely kill it, attend a 3.5-day workshop with female coaches. And when you're there, play full out to help us turn you into the attractive, confident man that women really want. You'll get insane results if you do. Huge money back guarantees on it. And be prepared to take action, take honest, sometimes pretty full-on feedback, and be coachable. So yeah, since COVID, I've decided this business is exclusively for guys in their 40s, 50s, and 60s and beyond. I don't think anyone's doing this properly. And I'm 55, and I'm really passionate about doing it for, I don't think 20-year-olds or something, so 30-year-olds. So yeah, this is an example. I think we shared it at the start where he literally flew from Nashville, Tennessee, and we completely transformed his life. Yeah, I shared a bit about this at the start. So yeah, doing way better with 60 than ever dreamed possible. James is virtuoso all over like this. I think Tess and Natalia also get that. And he called his day of private training the best day of his entire life. I've got that on video somewhere. Anyway, he gave me so many testimonials and YouTube and whatever, Google reviews. So it all starts on Zoom. Where you practice your approaching, your conversation, your dating skills, your role play dates. Then once you start to get good, you'll practice dates in places where you really want to meet girls. It could be the gym, could be walking your dog, whatever. Then once you get good, this is incredibly valuable. Tess or some of our other coaches, Val, the Russian model, is a master at this. The girls start to get really difficult, really bitchy, and they start being really mean to you once we give you killer conversation and approaching skills. As you do this is again credit to Tess. You'll just master your knowledge of female psychology. You'll basically get a PhD in female psychology just by going through this. Natalia is amazing at this as well. Not quite as good as Tess. Natalia is an amazing boot camp coach. She's literally been with me 16 years or something with Social Coach. These are the two best girls at doing Zoom. There's a lovely Tess there. And then we've got Val, Russian model. She's got a degree. Kota, literally a clinical psychologist. And Jackie, who you can see on the YouTube channel, who's amazing. This guy, he did it. He'd done boot camp with another dating coach who I'm not really a fan of, and he was really weird. He weirded the girls out. He's just lots of happy energy and no idea, no conversation skills, no touch skills or nothing. He did the boot camp, completely destroyed. He went on to do a residential in Bali with a guy who became his best friend who he met through our community. And yeah, he was, no offense, he was sleeping with better, hotter girls than most, if not all, of my female trainers. There was one girl he met who I think was Hungarian, he met in Bali, and I'm just like fucking drooling. He's not an ugly guy, but he's not exactly a hot guy. So the girl he got in Bali was way better than her, and he was a bit of a player for a while. So yeah, what does it look like if you do it with us live? Day one is we give you the method. We introduce you to guys, many of whom will become your close friends. Day two is nighttime. I can't say night game. I think pick apart it sound like a wanker. So there's a bit more nuance to it than that. Nighttime is how to meet women in situations where there's what we call an implied acceptance of socialization. That could be sort of a social gym. It could be a social yoga studio. It could be a business networking conference. It could be many things. It could be a family, but it could be a barbecue or a party you're invited to. And it could obviously be a bar or a club. I think most of my clients will all be on clubs. I certainly am. Okay, that's day two. And then day three is how to meet women in the day. We're going to show you pictures of this. A picture's worth 1,000 words. And I define daytime as where it's not okay to just walk up and go, hey, how you doing? I'm James, which is one of the ways we love to approach. So how do you meet girls in bookstores, in streets, in shopping centers, at the park, at festivals, and we've taken guys to all these places and many, many more I can't think of. Restaurants, cafes. And then day four, when you've actually got a girl who's interested in you and the conversation's going really well, how do you actually get her on the date? How do you, most importantly, go in for that all-important first kiss and transition to sex? in a smooth manner. So yeah, this guy, he was some sort of an executive. And yeah, he'd had one of the most toxic divorces ever, and he was a wreck of his former self. I think he was 52 when I coached him, but he looked like his face looked like he was fucking 65. He'd really been through the family court cleaner. And yeah, he went out. He was a successful guy, crazy action taker, the whole boot camp. And yeah, nighttime. I think we don't have the daytime photos. We'll show you in a second. And yeah, he's just approaching all these girls way hotter than him, killed it on day game. And I heard through my network that he started dating a woman who was 24 and a yoga teacher when he was 54, 3 months after boot camp. And last I heard, he was blissfully happy. These photos, it's going to look like most of my coaches in their 20s. The average age of our coaches is now 36. Many of these photos are quite a few years old. So yeah, the age range is 24 to 41, and we're hiring 40 and 50-year-old women. I think all have university degrees. Jackie doesn't, but she's crazy smart anyway from a very successful guy. So yeah, the hack of social coach is you get to practice and perfect everything you could possibly need. From that all-important first approach, your first meeting, to conversation skills, getting her attracted to you, interested in the conversation, building connection, touch, eye contact, body language, body positioning, vocal tonality, everything you need, spatial distances, everything you need to just have wow girls who are way more attractive than you. This guy literally flew from West Virginia. As I said, we'll be in America soon, hopefully. And yeah, he went out and just he dated, I think he lost his virginity. He dated an Australian girl, lost his virginity to her just after boot camp, and really did private training. And then yeah, ran through a whole bunch of women. And then eventually met his dream girl, who was also a doctor, who had a crazy body. Yeah, so, and then once we get the approaching going, how do you get girls on dates? And how do you make the dates easy for you and fun for you and the girl, so you're not stressing about it? And how do you do that? How do you get women way out of your league on dates? Again, most of our clients are 40s, 50s, 60s, even 70s now. That's a swimsuit model. Oh yeah, after he did this private training, he went out and got a date with a model, and this girl here was like, how did you get her? How did you get her? Then I think she might have become a wee bit attracted to him, even though she was 4 or 5 inches taller in her heels. And yeah, a lot of these guys are now in very, very happy relationships. I shouldn't just talk about philandering. He certainly is. I've got a photo of that somewhere in our live webinar. So yeah, once you get the girl on the date, how do you go step by step? Touch, eye contact, body language, so much hands-on instruction from the female coaches. This is a great example. A girl who did Fashion Week in New York, doing these tiny little micro adjustments to body language. You can see why our clients get such insane results compared to most of the people I've heard of. And so many guys, like over 100 guys, have literally done our boot camp in Sydney from New York or Toronto or Stockholm or somewhere, or whatever the capital of Wales is. It eludes me now. Yeah, so all the way from getting on the date, starting to move into that all-important first kiss, touch, iconic body language, positioning. It's so real to life. You get to practice holding hands. You get to practice hugging the girls. And you'll get feedback and everything. This guy, he won't let me use his video testimonial anymore because I think he started to sleep with girls the same age as his daughter. So he took away my rights to use it. But anyway, this guy went from completely toxic relationship, so bad. The woman became a horrific parent. His whole life, he got home from work, he started stressing out about his son and his daughter, what the woman was doing as revenge on him. Yeah, the things some women are capable of if you settle. And he was a pretty masculine guy. Yeah, that's his testimonial. Oops, I can't let him play it. But yeah, the last guy's big story was he had a threesome with 2 women who were combined age was less than his wife's. And he just said, that was the second greatest moment of my life. It might have been the third. I think he said second after birth of his daughter. His first child. Second greatest moment was getting back her by having 2 girls half their age. This guy had a girl. All he wanted was to get her back. All he wanted in the world was to get her back. And I tell him, oh, man, that's the hardest thing ever to get an ex-girlfriend back. Anyway, he does the boot camp, sleeps with the girl on Saturday, even though I tell guys not to sleep with girls on the boot camp. And then, yeah, he stays in Sydney for a couple of days and sleeps with the girl on a Tuesday, I think. Could have been Wednesday. Anyway, later that week, he's got his ex-girlfriend back. And not only did he get, which he thought was, he'd been trying for 2 years, he literally bought her I can't remember the exact cost, $150,000, $180,000 fully loaded white Range Rover, trying to get it back. All he needed to do was a social coach boot camp, or even a few dates with Tess. And then not only did he get her back, the thing that was the biggest miracle was his family went from hating him, to loving him. And he just said he couldn't believe it. Anyway, he got his girlfriend back. And then a month or two later, he decides, and he ends up doing me. He gets like some Eastern European literature reading, well-traveled model addiction, which he did for a few years. He's now crazy happy, so in love with the best woman of his life, as are most of these guys. We teach you everything you need from the date to going in for that all-important first kiss, and you do it step by step with my female coaches. And yeah, you can practice on the tall girls if you want, because Monique's probably about 6'2" on her heels, and this guy wasn't quite up to her height. This is all done under the watchful eye of myself and my head female coaches, Tess and Natalia, and potentially my head approach coach. They're sort of running the drills in each room. Unless you do private training, in which case you get everything to yourself. And we also cater 3 of the meals. So you get to meet wings, you get to hang out with the girls, you get to know the girls, get to chat with the girls more outside the drills. And yeah, we've got a method to our madness. So anyway, day 1 was method and introduction. Day 2, nighttime approaching. Day 3, daytime approaching. Day 4, how to get from dates to sex. Now, we've got a very special method. I should have probably done this slide earlier. The first thing is we teach you the method. Maybe I demonstrate. You'd have done a whole bunch of pre-work if you do the sessions with Tess. We give you a course. And then number 2 is you perfect all the skills with the female coaches, either on Zoom, in the classroom. So when you actually go do it in the real world, you're super confident. Guys who never approached in their life are getting dates and even getting sex on the first night. It's simply because you've spent whatever it is, 12 or 16 hours on Zoom with Tess, Natalia, Val, etc. And then on the Friday of the boot camp, you've spent roughly 7 or 8 hours approaching girls in the real world. Don't have an approaching one nearby, before we actually take you out to do it in the real world. So you can see me with a guy literally flew from Stockholm there, talking to some very attractive, interesting women in their 30s. We talked about this guy who'd done really well. And yeah, he absolutely killed it in the boot camp. From memory, I think he got a date. The USP, the gimmick, the special thing about social coach, I'm not saying we're the only ones who do it, but I think we're the only ones who do it with actual female coaches, as distinct from just props, is you'll practice and repeat and perfect over and over and over and over and over and over again, just like you're working with your golf coach and he's adjusting your shoulders, adjusting your swing, adjusting your grip, or better still, working with a boxing or an MMA coach where you're actually sparring. You don't get to punch Tess, but you get to hold her hands and hug her and all that sort of thing, and touch her on the shoulder, small the back and knee, etc. You get to do everything you could possibly want to do with an exceptionally beautiful, skilled woman. Natalia's been doing this for 16 years. She's next volleyball coach and pro volleyball player, until it's just second nature. And guys who are short, old, terrified, only had toxic women, sometimes even virgins, late life virgins, they go out and they kill it. They beat 95% of guys. This is how, then you get the best feedback session of your life. For those guys who want the most insane results possible in 0 time at all, we also do an elite private training thing. This is not that cheap. You get direct access to me. I'll answer your questions. That's what it looks like when we do it in the group setting. You get 2 girls in every room, the best coaches working on you. And some guys want to, drop $100,000 and fly from around the world. So it's the best thing they ever did. So yeah, the value you guys who get the regular package do compared to the private training guys, many of whom have spent 50, one of whom at least spent 100. And would have spent much more if COVID didn't interrupt it. So I might just run through this. We give you a course, Hot Girls Review Your Dating Apps. how to be the best love ever, how to easily attract and date younger women, how to avoid toxic women, and how to have fast, efficient success. And then the crazy value boot camp, which we'll be doing in the States very soon. You can vote for cities in the chat. This is what it looks like. Yeah. It's been doing hundreds of these, changed thousands of lives, and then many more at seminars and workshops. So yeah, that's what it looks like. 3 promises: supreme social confidence, stack of hot dates, beautiful, loving, dream, sane girlfriend fast, coaching for 20 years, whatever. I've been on TV a bunch of times, featured all over the media. Cosmopolitan said illuminating changed the way I date. FHM said nice things. The biggest thing of all is I've got this speech, which was getting like 50,000-60,000 views a month. I think it was 1.3 after 18 months or something. Then the channel ran into trouble. So yeah, the guy who founded the 21 convention, which some of you may have heard of, he literally, no bullshit, 2 or 3 times called me, James is the Steve Jobs. I like to call it the Apple of dating coaches. Very high quality, obsessed with customer success and the best quality thing ever. And he said that in front of all the world's greatest dating coaches, many of whom are 100 times more famous than me by the metric of YouTube subscribers. So any of you watching at this point, put in the chat what your #1 biggest sticking point with women is, and we'd really like to help you. There's so many of these, it's not funny. A guy who's really helped my life after growing up poor, being a complete skinny, big-nosed, hunchback loser in every metric apart from probably sport and beer drinking. If you want to be successful, find someone who's achieved the results you want, copy what they do, and you'll achieve the same results. Tony Robbins. So this guy, what was he, 49, sorry, close to virgin, just his entire life was single. He was actually broke when he did it. He had to borrow money off his mum to do the course, because she wanted her darling son to have a kid. Without being disrespectful, he's got one of the bigger noses I've ever seen. This is the best looking we'd ever seen him. Not one of the world's most attractive men. Completely changed his life. He became like a high-paid public speaker. His income went crazy. He started coaching people how to be occupational therapists and physios. Spoke to 20,000 people at one thing he got booked for. Did radio voiceovers, and most importantly for you guys, had 6 bisexual girls he would mix and match. He destroyed me in terms of threesomes, in his case foursomes and fivesomes. It's a long story. He's one of the few guys who went on for 5 or 10 years, not really interested in a relationship. This guy is a bit younger than our average client, but he was in the slide deck, so I'll just play you what he said. Tess, hopefully you can hear this.
One of the ways that the bootcamp has improved my life was by...
Tess, can you give me the thumbs up if you can hear that? Good. Now I've got to figure out how to put it back on. That wasn't a wise move.
One of the ways that the bootcamp has improved my life was by being able to go through, dating one girl a year, it might be a 5 or 6, to dating several, 3 or 4 girls at the same time who are amazing, and 8s and 9s, bright, really intelligent, beautiful, most of them professional. I feel like I'm getting closer and closer to getting to a point where I can meet my life partner. Yeah, so some of the lessons that I've learned on this journey: you don't need to be exceptionally attractive to be with beautiful women. All you need is really the skill. Once you've been properly trained, the speed within which you learn the skills is phenomenal. Before social coach, it would probably be something like spending something like 70-80% single. It was actually quite difficult to get a date for a guy who's 36, small build, not very tall. You wouldn't expect me to be able to handle 3 or 4 women at the same time.
He's now engaged, last I heard, with at least 1 kid. I think he might have 2 now. Any of you who want to really transform your life, I'd suspect you spend that minute watching it again, because we have literally got hundreds of these. Unfortunately, a hard drive was stolen from me with, I don't know, many of my best ones. We've still got so many I haven't even got around to editing. So just summing up, for you guys who are busy, minimum viable effort to radically change your life. Do the training with Tess on Zoom. If possible, come to live workshop. We can work in one-on-one for coaches. We can still make a huge difference to you, as we've done for some guys in US and Europe just on Zoom and with our course. Work with Tess to have an individualized one-on-one date plan. Definitely do the comprehensive style review. And if you use apps or social media, even down to your WhatsApp photo, we want that reviewed. Then most of you need to do the sex training, and nearly all of you need to do the reading signals training, which is our most popular. If you do that, 100% guaranteed, or your money back, you'll destroy 97% of your competition. Even guys way taller, younger, more handsome, experienced, rich than you, and you'll date way better women than you've ever done before. We've been proving this since 2006. It all starts private training. I think Tess put a link in for you earlier. We went through what happens there. And yeah, Tess is the main coach. Natalia is amazing as well. And some of you, depending on your taste in women and what you need to achieve, might work with some other girls. Remember, it's the #1 financial decision of your life, and by far and away the #1 happiness decision of your life. If you end up with there's no pain worse in life than being stuck with the wrong girl. I have firsthand evidence of that. Really set me back a long way. And in my view, there's nothing better than being madly in love with this beautiful dream girl. And I have a lot of experience of that. And yeah, I've traveled to over 100 countries and grew up poor, made a bunch of money young, done pretty much everything I can think of, apart from paragliding. Tess might get me into that despite it being so dangerous. So anyway, hopefully that was about 20 minutes as I promised. Now I just got to figure out how to reverse everything. So get the lovely Tess back on. Tess, can you jump on and save me? Cool. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions on that. And Tess, did you want to add anything to that about how good it is to do this, or what you get out of being a coach, or how proud you are of the results you get? Anything like that? Anything you want to add? Your volume, have I screwed you up?
No, I was muted. Sorry about that. No, the transformations that we see on these boot camps is absolutely phenomenal. Like working with guys one-on-one over Zoom is incredible, and I get to form like a really great relationship with all of the clients that we work with. So it's really, really rewarding for me. The relationship that we develop is kind of like it's a friendship. We get to we're talking about serious relationship issues. Guys opening up to me about things they could have been struggling with their whole lives. And so it really is super rewarding. Being able to help. And that's why I do this. And that's why like a lot of the other women who work with us as well do it as well. I think after the boot camp, seeing, how much confidence we're instilling in guys, and, just the overall character transformations that we see, it's amazing, to the level where sometimes it's, when the guys are doing everything really skillfully, even after having known that I'm your trainer, and like other trainers feel that as well. We're like, oh wow, this guy's like hot now. We're having like physical reactions to them because they've become so good at what we're teaching. So this stuff really works, and yeah, it's just really amazing. It's lots of fun. It's you'll learn a lot about yourself. You'll meet some great people. And yeah, you'll have a lot of fun along the way as well.
Thanks for that, Tess. Yeah, pretty much every coach I've ever coached says this is the greatest job I've ever had. And I mean, girls who can get like $10,000-$12,000 doing TVCs. Some of them have turned down expensive modeling jobs to do the boot camp. I'm not lying about this. Okie dokie, my numbers got completely screwed up with some tech problems. Style, not six-pack. Everybody's wrong. Everybody's wrong. Guys want to do better with women. The first thing they do is start lifting heavy things under fluoro, horrible garbage lighting, breathing in other people's deodorant and body odor. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's one of the things that they do. Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. You're not outside. You're not getting fresh air. The light's junky and horrible. It's just absolutely crazy. And then they take all these horrible toxic protein powders and worse. So the thing is, women want high status guys, and biceps don't necessarily show high status unless you're some sort of an athlete. So what you want to do is eat broccoli. Get your health sorted first. Get your health sorted first. Health is way more important. I know so many guys who are ripped. And if you look at a lot of guys who are really ripped, who are in their 50s and 60s, they've got a full head of gray hair because the amount of protein they're eating is just aging their cells at a rate. Now, when you get over 40, you need to start doing some sort of resistance training. Just push-ups and pull-ups is probably enough in my view. A bit of hill running or something, or even just body weight squats. You need to do something to counteract the decrease in testosterone. But you can probably do more to counteract the decrease in testosterone simply by massively cleaning up your diet and stop breathing in other people's aftershave in some gym where they don't take air outside in the air conditioning. It's just the same fucking Rexona revolve through the air conditioner time and time again. You're probably much healthier not going to the gym, particularly if you're doing cardio in the gym where you're breathing in all the VOCs and potentially heavy metals from the air conditioner circulating over and over again. Anyway, so yeah, health. The homework on health, Tess, I might do this in much more detail another time. Can you do homework on health? What's his name? Mayweather. He paid a bunch of doctors and scientists to figure out what's the simplest hack to improve his health, to be what some people say is the greatest boxer of all time. I disagree with that. I think it's, what's his name? Sugar Ray Leonard, is that the one? And it's, you know, if Muhammad Ali hadn't been fucked up because of Vietnam, it could have been Muhammad Ali. No one might have beaten him, even George Foreman. Anyway, enough boxing trivia from the 70s showing my age. I love Muhammad Ali so much. He's my hero. Anyway, how did I get from Muhammad to boxing and biceps? So yeah, you want to get healthy. First piece of homework, eat broccoli. Do what Mayweather says. Every meal you have a big bowl of broccoli, preferably the same size as the meal. Tony Robbins, who I owe a lot to, make sure 70% of every dish of food you eat is either fruit or vegetables, preferably vegetables, and preferably green vegetables. That will probably transform your attractiveness to women more than any amount of bench pressing and arm curling. I promise you that. One of my secrets, I think, is I'm just crazy healthy for my age. I've had an awful 2 years, but look at my hair. You've really got to struggle to find a gray hair. I'm 55. I should have my passport handy. My usual joke, Andrew Huberman. Tess, can you Google how old Andrew Huberman is? Who thinks I look younger than Andrew Huberman? He teaches you cutting edge biohacks. He's got a PhD from Stanford. He is a very, very smart guy, no doubt. But most people say I look way younger than him because I teach you how to sleep with the younger ladies and do it well. So yeah, honestly, health, long before biceps. Yes, for health, you got to do a bit of resistance training, but start with broccoli. Start with 3/4 of your plate is, or at least half is vegetables. Yeah, there's so many things I can tell. What else should I tell you? Yoga. It's one of the best places to meet women. And just, the homework is amazing. Someone just do some of this homework and tell me what a legend I am. When you do the front bends in yoga, it squeezes your stomach together, causes blood to contract in your stomach. Then when you release the pose, the blood just goes nuts and it heals your stomach. It makes you younger. It does a whole bunch of stuff. Sorry for you people who think I'm talking conspiracy theories. It's true. I can make my dick a lot bigger and a lot thicker very quickly. I've just done that recently by doing certain yoga poses. Anyone thinks I'm lying? Look at those little fucking Indian men in the Kama Sutra with skinny little bodies, dark skin, and big dicks. That's because of yoga poses. So yeah, broccoli, yoga, vegetables, clean air, get rid of chemicals, forget about going to gym and doing biceps until you've done that. I'm not saying don't do it, but lifting weights is such a pathetically inefficient use of your time if you're a 40s, 50s, 60s guy and want to do better with women. Val, my Russian female trainer, she says, I'm turned off by a ripped guy. It's repulsive to me. despite the fact she's dated a champion kickboxer. Okay, let me correct myself. Jackie and Val both agree. If the guy is literally a professional athlete or a personal trainer, then they're attracted to a great body. But, thank you. But if you're, sorry, you just threw me, Tess, story. But if you're like something else, you're a businessman or a professional or a blue collar guy, having an incredibly good body in your 40s, 50s, and 60s is a big turnoff. As Val says, he should be working on brains, not biceps, brains, not biceps. You make money, you develop the mind for me. So I have comfortable life. So if she sees a ripped guy who's older, she's like, no, thank you. I want a guy with beer gut and good brains. I think pretty much every girl prefers brains to brawn. Is that fair, Tess? Just nod. And Tess likes really athletic guys. Sorry?
I mean, yeah, obviously there are different preferences, but yeah, I would say the majority of women much prefer brains or connection, let's say, over just physique. Absolutely.
If you're in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, I'll almost guarantee you it's going to be like 97% of women. And the other 3% have serious psychological problems. You should probably get examined before you date them seriously. Maybe with 18-year-olds or 19-year-olds, but even then, Justin Bieber, and look at all these sex symbols who are skinny as me or skinnier. I mean, look at Leonardo DiCaprio. Look at young Brad Pitt. Look at the Jimmy Stewart, the Cary Grant. Look at all these iconic sex symbols. Mick Jagger. What's the guy from The Doors' name? Jim Morrison. These were skinny dudes, but they were charismatic skinny dudes who attracted attention from other places. So yeah, that's basically broccoli. And I might just, we might just get through it. Style, not six pack. I've covered that probably pretty well. Yeah. One important story on that. I was basically atrocious with women through incredible hard work and lots of rejection and lots of flaking and just enormous gut-wrenching amounts of pain. I managed to pull my way up to go from essentially a 31-year-old virgin. I had something that's debatably considered sex when I was 31, but I don't know if the dick actually got hard enough to actually penetrate properly. It might have just rubbed across the top, and then I came because it was the second time I'd ever touched breasts, and I was 27. Virgin until 31, effectively. I only had one sexual experience, borderline sexual experience. So yeah, where'd that lead? Anyway, I got to sleep with quite a few girls. I did pretty well, but sometimes I was dressed quite badly. Sometimes I was dressed quite good. I only had a small number of really attractive girls. Looking back, I can now see how I got them. And I met a girl in LA who lived in Brooklyn, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, like the Wolf of Wall Street's girl. And she had her Australian guy who at that stage I was kind of ripped, a lot ripped than I was now. As an interesting guy, I'd already traveled a lot. And so she decided she had to show me off to her New York, her Manhattan friends. And I dressed like a kind of clueless homeless dude because I was still clueless. So she took me shopping, and I never spent much money on clothes. I spent more money on one Xenia tie than I did my entire summer wardrobe, which I bought from a company called like the Australian version of Hanes, just cheap underwear. That was my entire wardrobe. So anyway, she forced me to buy, I remember it today, a Dolce & Gabbana shirt. You could barely know the brand name. The point is it fitted me like a tailored shirt. It made me look really good. And I christened that my model bonking shirt, because as soon as I left that girl and I went out in my model bonking shirt, I started bonking models. Models started to be attracted to me. So what's this at this stage? 30 years of largely complete and utter failure with women, so I didn't know how to dress. We've got to go back to style, thanks. Just this one shirt, and she also bought me a pair of diesel jeans that weren't even that great, but they were way better than the jeans I had. And I just started getting the hottest girls imaginable. And it wasn't biceps. The truth is I was wearing that shirt when I was this skinny fucking guy much later in my travels, traveling around America, basically barely walking, doing no exercise and eating Thai food twice a day, then hotel breakfast once a day. I had this big skinny guy, hairy gut. I wasn't very tanned. And every time I took a photo, I had to give it this one. because I had a big double chin sticking out. I don't have the world's greatest jawline, but it was just terrible. It's like rolls of fat. So I was a fat C word. I can't say it on YouTube anymore. I get this one shirt, even when I'm a skinny, fat loser, and I'm getting models and model hot girls with master's degrees. Hopefully I'm selling you on this. The second thing Tess does with you is she dresses you, and it's not like a stylist or a fashion consultant or the girl at Sears or Myers or David Jones would dress you. It's how it's dressed in a way that makes you sexy. So yeah, I can't emphasize this enough. Go to the gym, preferably go outside, or go to a gym with proper air conditioning if you want to be healthy, like our last point. But sort your style out before you... We sort style out with guys 40s, 50s, 60s before we even let you approach. That's the first thing we need to do after basic conversation approaching skills. Tess, did you want anything to style, not six pack? And just Tess, she's an outdoors, adventure-y, surfer, sort of rugged type girl, but still just talk about how important style is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, everyone, you can't deny that men and women both, you're going to make a judgment based on your first impression of someone. And a lot of that is to do with style. For men, I think more of it is about, her physique or her genetics as well. For the woman, there's a much higher proportion is to do with style or the way he presents himself, right? So the whole picture, not just his physique. So yeah, guys, you can really elevate yourself just by presenting yourself really well, right? And that doesn't mean you're wearing something super fancy and expensive. It means you're wearing something in colors that suit your skin tone and that fit you really well. Okay, so you don't have things clean to you in the wrong areas, or just way too baggy, and also just not any red flags that a woman's going to think, wow, I could never walk down the street next to that guy holding his hand. So we just want to avoid that. We want you to look in your best. And her, yeah, just not any red flags. It's pretty simple, guys. The style feedback that we give is we see guys making a lot of the same mistakes, but it's just about dressing your age and looking simple, sophisticated, timeless, and that's pretty much it. The only judgment we want women to make of you when they see you is like, oh, that guy looks good. not anything like, oh, what are those shoes, or what's that t-shirt, or wow, that guy dresses really young for his age, or anything like that. So yeah, but again, guys, if you're making just like one or two of these mistakes, you can really be hurting yourself right from the get-go. So first impressions last, so we want that to be a good one.
Thanks, Tess. For the 1000th time on YouTube Live, I'm going to quote the greatest dating coach of all the time. Not this guy, a guy by the name of Charlie Darwin, who what was it, the Beagle or something. He traveled around the world in the 1850s or something and studied animals, and later released a book called The Descent of Man, which basically gave birth, in my opinion, to psychology and everything. It's one of the most important books ever written. And that was his theory of sexual selection that I believe and other people believe was like 10 or 20 or 50 times more impressive than his theory of natural selection. So just to help you understand, if 30-year-old or 35-year-old Brad Pitt or David Gandy, one of the world's top male models, is in a baggy t-shirt that doesn't fit, bright colors, brand names, shitty jeans, and New Balance, Steve Jobs New Balance style, most hot women just won't bang him. Obviously Brad Pitt is world famous, there wouldn't that situation, but most women just would not have sex with Brad Pitt, literally, if he was dressed like the average American Australian guy. A quote I used in one of my speeches is I think it's from a New York writer. Americans travel the world, obviously they're very rich people, and they visit people's countries, particularly Europe and South America, where people dress beautifully in many cases. Americans travel the world dressed like they've come around to mow the lawn. Now, not to pick on Americans too much. I love America. I should have lived there. Silly me, moved back to Sydney. Australians, we travel the world looking like we're going down the beach for a surf. So, yeah, it's just so important. I just can't hit it high enough. It's the second thing we do for clients. So, equally, let's put the shoe on the other foot. I'm old and I don't really interact with social media or let alone TV. So, imagine Adriana Lima, the Victoria's Secret model, who had a little bit much of the Botox and clipping and that. She's not quite as attractive as she used to be. Imagine whatever your age is, 22-year-old Adriana Lima. Now, imagine you see her in shitty, cheap jeans from Walmart and a shitty, cheap T-shirt from Walmart and, I don't know, just yucky trainers or crappy heels or something. Who here, put your hand up or put in the comments, no, I'm not having sex with Adriana Lima, age 22, because I don't like her outfit. Find me one straight man on the face of the earth who's going to say that with a straight face. I challenge you. Find me one guy who wouldn't have sex with 22-year-old Adriana Lima because she wasn't very well dressed or she was wearing Kmart clothes that didn't fit her very well. Can you find one person? No. Equally, a lot of women, if Brad Pitt wasn't famous, if he's dressed badly like Americans who travel the world dressed like they come around to mow the lawn, they're not going to have sex with him. Seriously. This is probably one of the most important things I've shared with you in this whole thing. I seriously think this is probably one of our best ever. Regulars, if you give me some feedback, it's just one of our best ever. So the final point, which I might leave for another time because we've been completely disrespectful to your wonderful comments. We've probably got like 100 backed up, is to study their psychology, which we might cover another time. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of questions to get through, but any questions, just doing a quick summary. Tess, you're the pretty one. Do you want to do the summary?
Sure, why not? So number one is reading women's signals. This is a superpower. If you can read her signals, then yeah, you can, when she wants you to approach her, basically. This is something that so many guys just completely miss out on. Okay, number two.
And you don't get rejected much, if ever. Sorry, Tess, to interrupt you.
That's okay. So number two is ignore her beauty. So don't make it about her beauty. If she's super, super beautiful, see beyond that. Women find that so, so, so attractive. Number three is job interview her. This means you need to have standards, and asking her questions, which are like filtering questions or job interview questions, in a subtle way, a really good way to show her that I'm not just gonna bed you because you're hot. It's I have standards with women and I have choice amongst women. Number four is forget cold approach over 40. And what we really mean by this is that if you can get invited approaches through social engineering, this is so much easier, so much easier than having to do way more cold approaches where you're taking a stab in the dark. And cold approaching can be great for building confidence, but when you get invited approaches, it's much easier to do approaching in day-to-day in your net time. The opportunities arise a lot easier for you, is what I'm saying. Okay, number five is choose, not be chosen. Okay, so this is about having the skill to choose the kind of woman you want to be with, what values you're looking for, high quality women, not just taking whatever comes your way, or getting a gold digger who's just going to pounce on you, or whatever it might be. This is really, really important, guys, because a lot of the time it's so common that the guys are like, yeah, I always get picked up. Well, that's what I've always done. I've let women just come to me and got, I've just let it roll. This is when so many of these guys end up in toxic relationships. Okay. Competence, then confidence. And yeah, we have got our numbers screwed up there. That was my fault, actually.
It's my fault.
Competence, not then confidence. So, yeah, obviously, having the skill is what leads to the confidence, guys. If you know this works, I know how to do this. I've practiced this. I've done this with really attractive women. That is what is going to make you confident. So you have to have the competence. Next one is style, not six pack. So think about the way you present yourself. First impression, lasting, very, very important for women. Broccoli, not biceps. So guys, if you're, just being healthy and focusing on health is going to be so much more attractive to women than, having some ripped body and not being healthy, right? So it's really about health. It's about health. It's not about biceps and your physique. And number 8 was study their psychology.
I can't spell broccoli, even though I eat at least 600 grams a day, sometimes 800. So I was in a hurry. We had some tech problems. So sorry for being a silly duffer. Sorry to interrupt you, Tess. I just need to correct myself there. There's
That's
2
okay.
L's, 1 C, you silly old fuck.
That's okay. I can't spell nowadays either. It's all the auto spell that's ruined my spelling capabilities. So I didn't even pick up on that one, James. But yeah, study their psychology. We didn't get into this one too much, so we'll save this one for next round. But very important. We've got some other content on this as well if you're interested.
So yeah, I'd say this is in my view, this is one of our best ones ever. I'd love your feedback. You might think I'm some fucking wanker with my big phallic thing in front of me. It's not even fucking working. How embarrassing is that? But anyway, I'll have it there. I have to get used to the phallic thing in front of me. So let's get on to questions, Tess.
Yeah,
sorry, we've been really disrespectful for everyone. We'll try to get through as many as we can.
Okay, so Landon's asking, James, as a student, should we be like you and only ask girls out we really want to go to bed with, or should we date for practice?
Oh, Jesus. It depends what level you are. Once you start to get dates not too hard, and I suppose this is a great question. This is where your questions are so important. If you can get dates regularly and some of them are making it through to kissing and sex, I think you should start having standards. But at the same time, if you're just getting numbers with girls you're not that into, let alone trying to get them on dates, it's going to be really bad for your self-esteem because you're dealing with all this flaking, all this rejection. You spend, particularly if the girls aren't that attractive, you spend all this time on dates and you just get no ROI from it, particularly if you've got a good job. So I don't have a solid answer. It would be a case-by-case basis. But I can tell you a huge percentage of my success with women is I so easily discard a woman who is physically attractive if I'm not legitimately interested in her. I opened with a story about the Apple Store. I haven't researched this to the level I want to, but there's certain women where I'm so horrendously attracted to them sexually. And I know as sure as I've got a big nose and a grey beard, a bit partially grey beard, I know there's all this stuff going on that we can't tell about smells and immune markers. So yeah, the stupidly hot girl, I know from being surrounded by female coaches who see me public speaking, some of whom or many of whom get a wee bit attracted to me and act outrageously. I know there's some where it's been like psychologically tormenting to keep my hands off them. And there's been others that's like, I'm not really attracted to you anyway, despite the fact I regard you as beautiful. I don't really want to stick it in you. Even though I might like you as a person, I regard you as maybe one of the most beautiful of all, but I'm just not sexually attracted to you. So yeah, I think having standards just goes so far with women, particularly the most beautiful women. So yeah, I'd need to answer that on a case-by-case basis. Sorry, I don't have anything better for you.
Yeah, I think, yeah, James, I think that like if you don't have much experience with dating or with sex or with women, then I think that dating for practice, there is definitely value in that for sure. But yeah, like James was saying, if you're getting dates more easily and you do have a bit of experience, then like what we said earlier, when you show that you have some standards, that actually makes women more attracted. It causes, because you're presenting yourself as a desirable man.
My regulars might remember me talking about a girl where I had a killer date plan, and I met a girl when I was with one of the world's top male models and some other beautiful women. And she was really attracted to me, and I was incredibly confident the way I approached her. I just basically did this and got her to come over to me in my group. And yeah, I just had, I can't remember, it was 90 minutes or 2 hours, the most excruciating date of my entire life. It was so bad. It's probably not the best example because I ended up sleeping with her with skill. But yeah, it was just that day. It was just damaging trying to make this work. And I'd set it up such that I couldn't end a date that quickly, particularly when she orders a huge cup of hot tea without any milk in it. Anyway, let's move on to the next question, Tess.
Okay. Question. Sorry, guys. A few comments here. So I'm just looking through.
Couple of points.
Nice things.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Couple of points. We're not going to get anywhere near all the questions that have been asked. So 2 things. If you've got a question that you really want answered that's very relevant to tonight, if you could possibly cut and paste it and put it in the chat again, we'll try to do the recent ones. We're not going to do all of them. There's 100 or something. I don't even know. Maybe a lot more than that. The second thing is, if you want us to do better and better, if you want to see Tess and I do YouTube shorts and regular sort of 5-10 minute YouTube videos and cut up hard drives full of footage from our boot camp and give this to you on YouTube and hopefully start a global community where we can give you wings. If you'd like some of that, obviously like, subscribe, and that sort of thing. 93.6% of you haven't yet. But the other thing you can really do that will move the needle is just put your questions or any positive comments or even any negative comments in when the video goes live. That's why we've gone from 600 views or 400 views up to 18,000 views with really good watch time, simply because you're giving YouTube signs that what we're doing for you is worthwhile. So thank you very much for that, especially the view times. So yeah, anyway, let's get to another question, Tess.
Yeah, a question from James. How do you look up and down at a girl that you notice without it looking creepy, especially if she sees you do it?
Okay, I'm going to try to demonstrate on Tess, and it's going to be weird. It's going to be a bit weird. This is one of the key things we do on the boot camp. It's one of the first drills we teach, and then you practice doing invited approaches as distinct from cold approaches, pickup artist style. I don't know if this is going to add any value to people, but like I'm sort of looking around. I see this, pretend Tess is standing up and she's in a short skirt or something, and I'm like, wow. And I'm just like, that was terrible. That was shocking. Editor, get rid of it. Anyway, I'll do it again. Sorry. I might, most of you should maybe, sometimes I'll do like this, a very crappy little half smile at the end, like just to let her know. Yeah, it's basically just eyes, hold the eyes, trail up and down the body. Do not stop at the nipples or the vagina or the legs, for God's sake. And then just eyes up and down the body, then hold the eyes. Most girls will look away at this point, but some models will just continue to hold your eyes. A lot of girls, like the Apple Store girl, she didn't even pay attention to me checking her up and down, but she felt it. And then she ended up directly opposite me and literally talked to me for nearly half an hour. I'm 32 years older than her, maybe more. I didn't follow through, for you politically correct people. Didn't even attempt to. I know, good boy. So yeah, that's probably how you do it. How do you do it without becoming creepy? That's one of the harder things to answer on a YouTube live. You're a client, James, so ask Tess to practice on one of your remaining Zoom calls. I think you've done the boot camp, but you've probably got some Zoom calls left. Seeing as you're one of our favorite clients, say something nice about us. We might even give you a bonus. Thanks for supporting us on YouTube. Okay, next question, Tess.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So did you want to add anything? Sorry, did you want to add anything, Tess?
Yeah, I mean, just some quick advice on this one. I think, you know, if you kind of just have a straight face, focus on the eye contact, as like James said, you linger with the eye contact. The body scan is just I'm looking you down and up. That smile like that. So she knows, oh, he's checked me out, but it's not like, oh, like, I don't know, licking your lips or doing something creepy. I don't know, something weird, or going like, or whatever, doing something weird. It's just like I'm noticing you, and you're, by doing that, she's registered, oh, this guy's actually noticed me. He's not just like glazing over me like I don't exist. He's like taking his time to give me attention. That's what it is. It's not, it's so yeah, the eye contact's really important, and the scan is just it's quite neutral, the scan, I would say. Do you think that's right, James?
I'm just laughing at me. I'm incredibly aware of my own body language, because obviously I'm pretty much an expert at reading it, particularly in women in a romantic sexual context. But yeah, so often I'll see a girl I like, and I'm like, I catch myself licking my lips. The thing I'll sometimes do is I'll bite my lip like that. And often I'm aware of my body language before I'm aware that I'm attracted to her. So I'm a strange cat. But yeah, see a hot girl like Pavlov's dog, I'm going to get to bang her. At least in my 30s, I might have had those sorts of skills. I don't anymore. I'm not going to pretend for a moment I did. I should say, if ever I talk about whatever success I've had with women, yeah, I did well. I did a lot better than most guys, but I've met quite a few guys and learnt from quite a few guys who did better than me. And I've coached some guys who might have been younger or hornier or something than me, or older in one or two cases. I talked about the guy who had 6 bisexual girlfriends. He was mixing and matching, who wasn't a particularly attractive girl. One of them was actually really hot, like stupidly hot girl. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not claiming to be the Michael Jordan of picking up girls, not even at my peak, which was probably around 36, 37, before I settled with 2 bi girlfriends at once. I'm not claiming that for a second. I've learned from half a dozen guys who had clearly beat me. But yeah, I am putting myself forward as the Phil Jackson of dating coaches, if that makes sense, the metaphor for anyone who follows basketball. So yeah, I'm not suggesting I'm any sort of like absolute killer with women. I'm way better than enough to help pretty much any guys watching stuff on YouTube. But yeah, my skill is the coaching and actually training women like Tess and Natalia and Val to be incredible coaches as well. That's my skill. Well, Tess is doing a bit of the training now, doing pretty good. Natalia's been doing the training for quite a while. Next question, Tess.
Yeah. So Anthony is asking, why do I keep ending up in the friend zone?
It could be because you're an attractive guy and you're not taking action. It could be because you're an attractive guy and you're not building connection. It could be because the girl's kind of desperate and she just agrees to go on a date with you. But then, you know, half an hour into date, she's like, I just can't do this to myself. I'm sorry. It could be because you wore chinos and New Balance trainers and a t-shirt. And yeah, apparently, I got him off a dating app and he went on a date. He just talked all about himself and he wore New Balance white trainers that were dirty. He wore these cream chinos and he wore a printed t-shirt. I kind of feel I was raped. And apparently that's close to serious sexual assault these days. Probably anyway. Yeah, so that's such an affront to women. It's some sort of sexual assault to go on a date dressed like that and talk about yourself. So yeah, I think that's given you some reasons. Tess, why else would girls end up in the friend zone? You make jokes like that,
yeah.
possibly.
Maybe. Yeah, obviously, if there's something that's hindering the sexual attraction, then she's going to friend zone you. And yeah, it could be because you weren't able to connect with her well enough in conversation, but also, you know, build sexual attraction at the same time. Yeah, it could be something you were wearing that was just a big red flag, or something else that you've done that was a big red flag that she's like, actually, no, I don't want to take this any further. Could be something to do with your I don't know, your lifestyle that she felt like wasn't compatible with her. This is like really circumstantial. If it's something that keeps happening to you over and over again, I would say that the typical thing that we really see as like a blanket you know, reason for this is just you're a typical nice guy. That's what we see so much. You know, you're like a pathetic nice guy who just like puts women on a pedestal, treats her like a princess, you know, doesn't try to escalate quick enough. Yeah, and you come across as kind of desperate and pathetic, which isn't sexy. It's not sexy to women. So that's when we see guys getting serially friend zoned. Yeah.
Just touched on a really good point. You try to escalate in a clumsy way, which 98% of you, or at least 95% of you watching this probably will. That's one of the things we really focus on when I talk about the Sunday of the boot camp. So she likes you, but you escalate in a clumsy way, or you escalate too soon. Or one of the big ones is you escalate too late. You talk to her for like hours, and most people can't sustain the conversation that long, but you don't actually take action and do anything. And when you do, you never touched her. You know, you take her on 2 dates, spend a bunch of money, and then at the end of the second or third date, you drop her home, and you just grab her head and shove your tongue down her throat. Then you end up in the friend zone and getting flaked on when she really liked you on the first and second date, but you're just so not smooth with women. I know a wee bit about that because that was me for a long time. The reason I'm such a brilliant dating coach, I say, the Phil Jackson, is because I was the worst with women you've ever seen in your life. No one was close to me. Like, no one was even close. I used to, I don't know, one time I met a girl. There was a girl at the gym, and I was too scared to talk to her, even though she looked over at me. And at this point, I'm like, what's that? I don't know. I can't do 86 kilos. Can someone times that by 2.2? What's that? 170, probably like 190 kilos or something, 190 pounds. Like huge shoulders and a skinny frame, you know, somewhat good looking. I wore beautiful suits into the gym, tailored suits. So this hot girl liked me, and it took me like over a year to talk to her. And when I did talk to her, I should tell this story more often. I walked up, I saw her at a bar I go to, and as it turned out, I was there with a bunch of girls from work, 2 of whom were like really attractive girls. I worked in finance, they hired attractive girls. And then she saw me with them, and she's like, oh, that guy from the gym with the big shoulders and the beautiful suits has come to talk to me finally. I walked up to her, and Tess, you're going to laugh your ass off at this. This will be the most you've ever laughed at me. And my opening line was, will you go out with me? I had 3 degrees, one of which was really hard, one of the postgrads. I was at that stage, I was making a lot of money, like more in a month than most people make in a year. That didn't last long. I never got rich, but I was making shitloads of money every month. And yeah, I walked up. I did like the 3rd cold approach in my life, the 2nd cold approach. And what was my opener? Would you go out with me? It might have even been worse. It might have been, would you be my girlfriend or something? That's how clueless I was. I was a very accomplished guy, but I was literally that clueless. Would you go out with me sometime? She's like, She suddenly comes up with a boyfriend, she's saying, which may have been a fictional boyfriend. And yeah, she never smiled at me at the gym again. She sort of made sure she was on the opposite side of the gym. And it literally was 18 months. I was probably going there once or twice a week. I'd see her every time because we went exactly the same time. And she'd run on the treadmill, and she had the best fucking she had a face like an angel. And anyway, my opening line was, would you go? Could have been, will you be my girlfriend? It could have been. It might have been. I've blanked this shit out. Tess, can you explain why, if you've been staring at a girl for 18 months and she's smiled at you, you go in a beautiful suit, you train, you got these really big shoulders, you just a tiny bit over 6 foot tall. Can you explain why, when you first talked to her after 18 months of staring at her and stalking her, I knew her number plate off by heart. This is how bad I was. When I got to gym and I'd see that grey Hyundai with an 8LW, I can still remember her number plate. That's how fucked up I am. Can you realize how bad I was at this? This is true. This is true. I told this on my female trainer panel at one of my events, and I remember watching their faces on the video replay. There's no way. One of them thought I made it up, but I didn't. It's true. So yeah, can you explain why, when you've been stalking a girl, staring at her and literally stalking her, sometimes one time I drove after her and wanted to see where she lived. I didn't stalk her that bad. And you know her number plate off by heart, and you get all excited when you get to gym and she's there, but you're too scared to talk to her, despite the fact you probably make more in a month than she does in a year, or maybe her father does in a year. Can you explain why you don't walk up to a girl in a bar and go, could you be my girlfriend, please? Or say, will you go out with me? Could you explain why that's not a good idea?
I mean, without introducing yourself by name, it's like, I mean, to me, it just reminds me of, you know, being in a schoolyard when you're like 7 years old and you have you've never spoken to, you know, a woman of the other sex, and you're just like, hi, do you want to get married to me? Like, it's just like, who does that? Yeah,
I would have said yes. I'm still a virgin at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just a big red flag that, okay, this guy has no clue with women whatsoever. Like, without, you know, if you're not even can't even just casually say hello and hey, introduce yourself by name at least, and just like, will you go out with me? Yeah, just a bit desperate, a bit clueless. Yeah, not the best look.
No one's as bad as me, but there might be some guys who don't understand some of the reason that's so bad. Because if a girl's gonna get dressed up, potentially wax her private parts, change her outfit 3 or 4 times, talk to her girlfriends about how killer a push-up bra she wears before she goes on a date, if she's going to go to all that trouble and potentially risk being raped, when was the last time you were on a date worrying about being raped? Probably never. Most of you probably never. Worry about it being crazy uncomfortable. Is she ever going to do that with a guy whose opening line is, will you go out with me? Or will you be my girlfriend? Of course not. Even if you look like Brad Pitt. You see how much Tess is laughing at me? This is why I'm such a legendary dating coach, because I was worse than any one of the hopefully 20,000 people who watch this replay. I was worse than any one of you pricks. Like, so much worse, it wasn't funny. Partially because of a very abusive childhood that we won't get into right now. Yeah, there's some things I missed out on. Can anyone tell me they're worse with women than me? If anyone wants to take a Pepsi challenge of being more incompetent, more useless, more clueless with women than me, tell me in the chat. We might get you up on a YouTube live and I'll debate you and I'll win easily. I've won this debate like 10 times. Anyway, Tess, next question. Thanks for the interesting tangents you took me on there. Anthony.
No worries. Yeah, I think yeah, that would have been hard to come back from. Even if she kind of laughed and gave you a chance, she might have just assumed, I think this guy has like a learning disability or something. Okay.
I did. Wait, I did. This is what she did. I'll see if I can imitate it. She sort of went, would you be my girlfriend, or would you go out with me? And wait, she went, I've got a boyfriend. Bye. I'll see you at the gym. Bye. That's exactly what happened. And I was like someone took a big stake and just shoved it through my heart. Then I walked back to my group of friends who I worked with. There was 2 really attractive girls there. Like, oh, James is talking to her. And then I just got kaboom just complete and utter instant rejection. Like the greatest instant rejection of all time. If I'd walked up and grabbed between her legs and squeezed really fucking hard, I don't think I could have been rejected as harshly as that, partially because I had a hold of her in a very sensitive situation. I don't think it was possible to get rejected more abruptly than that. Hey, your boyfriend, bye, with the most cringy face, scared face of all time. Again, I was a really successful guy with 3 degrees. Tess, let's move on to the next question.
Okay. Question from Landon.
Before I go on, I swear I'm telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I'm not making this up to bond to the most incompetent person out of the hopefully 20,000 people who watch this. It's all true. It's how you be a virgin till 31.
Okay, so Landon says, guys, can you tell me more about the boot camp and how it can help a guy in his mid-50s who hasn't dated in a while? We've gone through this.
Thank you so much for that question, Landon. We actually covered that. I don't know, it's somewhere around the 2-hour mark. So I will try to remember to reply. If you could ask that in the live chat, I'd love you. I'd love you. Ask that question in the live chat, and we will link to that. We'll link you to a huge description of the boot camp. I went to it comprehensively in the last hour or so. Great question. Next question.
Okay, question from Hadrian. Welcome, a new person here. Thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Okay, how do you reveal your age without looking stupid? What are the right words?
If you could answer, how old are you? What's your target market with women? That's very, very important, because if you're like me and you're, mid-50s and you still prefer women in their 20s, partially because you'd like to have a big family, apart from the obvious physical advantages, and potentially less baggage, then it's a very different answer from your 55. You want to date 40-year-olds or 38-year-olds or 45-year-olds. So guys who are somewhat healthy, who are 55, who are trying to fudge their age to a 40-year-old, are dickheads and fools. That's not a big age gap, particularly if you're an educated guy. More intelligent women who are 40, many of them are naturally after a guy who's a bit older, in part because they don't want to get a guy their own age who they know is possibly still in his sleeping lots of girls stage. So what I tend to do, if it's just a 15-year age gap, I wouldn't even worry about it. Just wait for her to ask your age. If you do like a bigger age gap like me and many of my clients, what I did, I think I shared an example recently where I will preemptively bring up the age. And what I usually do is, like with Tess, I'll be like, oh, Tess, yeah, you look really young. Sorry, you seem very worldly and well-traveled for how old you look. Tell me how old are you right now? And I'd lock on her eyes and I'd try to see. Now, if I'm 55, let's say Tess is 25, which some people say she could be when they see her in real life, and she goes, and I go, oh, I'm 25. I'm looking deeply in her eyes. Now, a percentage of women will go, oh, and how old are you? And I'll go, I'm 55. If I look in their eyes, they're like, oh, father, I was hoping you were younger. If I see that body language, this is quite advanced tips for YouTube. I teach this to my clients. Then I know this is going to be an issue for her. And depending how much I like her, I might not even bother pursuing this opportunity that hard because I know she's going to really freak out. This is only an issue if you look a lot younger than you are. Whereas if I disclose a big age gap and she's just like, whatever, she doesn't care, it doesn't bother her, then that's a younger woman, a much younger woman I'd definitely pursue. I've shared the example. I've got many other examples, but there was one girl I did a pretty good cold approach on. It was an invited approach. I think I talked about it last week. One of my clients loved the story where I approached a girl from a yoga class who was standing beside a notice board and I just walked up. I can't remember what I said. How was the class? Or are you going this? To be honest, I can't remember what I opened it with. Sound like a pickup artist. What did I open it with? And then I got her to a cafe restaurant. And yeah, she was sitting. This is a bit weird. She was so keen. Partially did such a good job. She was sitting like this, facing me on a couch, and I was facing away from her, eating a coconut. I remember because I was about to start a fast the next day. She was pointing directly at me, and then she said something somewhat intelligent. I said, "Oh, tell me, you seem really whatever." I can't remember what I said. I'm not going to make it up. I said, "You seem really worldly or spiritual or something for your age. Tell me how old you are." Now, I think she said 23. I'm pretty sure she said 23. I can't remember exactly. And at this stage, I think I was 48. I can't remember exactly. I don't want to lie to you, but it's roughly in that ballpark. And then she's like, she said, "How old are you?" And I told the truth. I said, "I'm 48. And I look her dead in the eyes. And then it was so funny. She goes, "My last boyfriend was 28. It wasn't quite that loud or whatever. But it was like, yeah, she was showing off that she dated a guy 5 years older than her when I was like 25 years older than her, double her age. So yeah, she had a huge number of Instagram followers. From memory, it was 80,000. I couldn't actually see her Instagram without asking her to be friends, which I thought would have been low. I wasn't really that fussed because I saw plenty of her body. But yeah, that gives you an example of how to handle big age differences. But yeah, the main thing is if you're 55, if you're 65 and she's 50, don't even worry. If you're 65 and she's 50, don't even worry. If you're 55 and she's 40, don't even worry. If you're 40 and she's say 30, 32, and she's educated, you're educated, don't even worry about it. You don't need to lie about it. And if you do lie about it, you're silly. Generally, don't lie ever. I'm still debating how I reveal my age if I do meet a really bright 25-year-old. I think I've got evidence I'll get away with it. But yeah, it might turn off some women. That might be better if I don't go down that path. Next question, Tess. Unless you want to add something. I've done a very good job of that.
No.
We want to get to as many questions as possible. I think I've done a very good job of that. You watching my decision.
Yeah, I thought that was comprehensive, James. Thanks. Okay. Anthony says, how do I escalate from talking to how do I escalate from talking to something more? Oh, how do I escalate from talking to something more? There we go.
Great question, Anthony. If you I can't remember to link it. If you look at where I presented the boot camp, the series of photos from first approaching to what happens on a date, where you're turning more to face her, whether you're seated or standing, you start to hold her hand, you start to touch her. That answers very well. The answer to that is called micro-escalation. It's called micro-escalation. You hold better eye contact. You touch her very softly and gently and skillfully on the shoulder. That takes some skill. We teach you in the course and definitely on the boot camp. And then once that goes well 5 or 6 or 10 times, you got to be more careful with the Me Too movement, post Me Too movement. Then you may touch her on the knee or the small of the back. Hold eye contact, maybe look down to her lips, back up to her eyes. Then you start to take her hand and do more and more intimate things. You might even stroke on the inside of the thigh. You guys watching in YouTube land, don't apply this without some training. If you've got some money, you might end up in a wee bit of trouble. But on the boot camp, this is what we're doing for guys regularly. Did you want to add anything about escalation, Tess?
Obviously, it's really important to micro escalate. You don't want to be taking huge jumps. So that's micro escalation is key. Again, you've got to be, it's really important to be reading her body language as well for how she's receiving that. If she's pulling away, etc., like you need to give her space, give her a little bit of time before you try to try that same move again, let's say, or you might take a step backwards even in terms of escalation, because the big thing with escalation is if you escalate too quickly or take too big a step too quickly, you can really push her away, and that it's hard to come back from that if you've done that, especially in like the early part of dating before that comfortability of touch, etc., has been well established. So yeah, micro escalation.
So in short, if you're a famous businessman, billionaire, reality TV star, you don't just grab them by the pussy. Maybe you can get away with it if you are that person. But yeah, generally you don't just grab them by the pussy. You maybe touch them on the shoulder a few times and definitely hold some good eye contact. Yeah, most women, unless you're famous or you've got incredible status, they don't just like when you just grab them like that. Is that fair, Tess?
Yes, that's definitely fair.
So the grab them by the pussy wouldn't work with you?
No, I think that's quite an obvious one.
Well, what if it
You
was
guys
your
should know
celebrity
that. I
bomb?
don't think we'd. If you guys are questioning whether that's appropriate or not, I think you need to. Yeah, I don't. That's a problem.
I don't know the names. The Thor guy, Hemsworth, could he get away with it?
Maybe.
Okay, well, maybe there's a certain level that can get away with it. So I was expecting a no on that, but anyway.
I don't know. It would it would be a shock, but I don't know. I guess it depends. It would be a shock. It would definitely, there would be a huge shock factor there. But if he like laughed at, he could probably laugh it off as a joke, and I would be like, oh, haha, that was funny. Maybe.
Okay, if he wasn't 6'4" and ripped and very famous and very rich and charismatic and funny and apparently a pretty good surfer, would he have any chance?
No.
So Chris Hemsworth, if you're watching and you want to do a Donald Trump and just grab some fan, it could work for you. But everyone else watching, unless is it Chris or Chris?
Liam.
I've never seen any of his movies. I've only seen the motor racing one, which was actually pretty good. I tend to watch Scorsese, Tarantino, art house cinema. I'm a bit of a nerd. So that's Thor Hemsworth, whatever your real name is, Chris or Liam or someone. So yeah, if you want to do a Donald Trump on some girl you meet who's a bit of a fan, don't stop because social coach tells you it's a dumb idea. You probably should. You might end up losing your acting career at a rate of knots if you do. Even though you might get a few through. You might get a few through to the keeper, or what do they call it in baseball? A pitcher, a catcher. Cricket is keeper, pitcher. Baseball is catcher. You might get a few through to the keeper, but you could end up being the next Harvey Weinstein or Kevin Spacey. So it's probably better. Your agent would prefer you didn't. Okie dokie. And you might end up, getting a bit of forced backdoor action if you did. Okay, let's move on. I'm probably making jokes that some people don't find amusing or funny, and the feminists will think I'm a misogynist.
Okay, so Ralph is asking, why not try a cold approach now and then if you run into an attractive woman, even over 40 or 50, you've got nothing to lose. Of course, chasing after them down the road would be ridiculous. So I think this is in relation to one of our points where we said no cold approach over 40. Go ahead, James.
Okay, cold approach is a core building block of being better with women. You have to learn it, but you spend months learning it. You may even do some chasing down the street cold approach. Not because you're going to get a good girl out of it, or not because you're going to get laid out of it, but because it's a really good exercise in overcoming your approach anxiety. If you can chase girls down the street, have 1 out of 20 go not terribly, then doing, after Tess has trained you, doing social coach, social engineering, conversation skills, understanding female psychology is a walk in the park. It's a walk in the park. It's so easy. The other thing about cold approach, if you're a 40s, 50s, 60s, and what are you doing just hunting girls down the street for? It's already this gigantic cross. The other thing, I'm good friends with one of the guys who I used to be good friends with one of the guys who does a lot of cold approach. He's done hundreds of these. He's got vast amounts of experience. He's one of the world's most famous dating coaches. He's kind of good at this. He can turn something I think silly for most guys and make it work. The other thing is he may film a hell of a lot of cold approaches before he gets one on YouTube. And some of the guys film enormous amounts because they got no skills. This guy does have a skill, some skill. The other thing is that this is probably the most important point. I was talking about this with one of my clients over WhatsApp anyway. The actual videos that get through to YouTube because they're good enough, so often they're not education, they're entertainment. I will guarantee you, if I posted some of my cold approach video on YouTube, you'd all turn off after like 2 minutes. It'd bore the shit out of you. He's approached a girl, turns out she's a neuroscientist. He's asking her about her job. She volunteered neuroscience. Or in many cases, he approaches a girl, he asks her about books. She talks about books. He continues talking about books for half an hour. That's the third greatest woman of my life. The guys who watch this live on a boot camp with a girl 7-day modeling, had a law degree, com degree. The guys just watched me for like 3 minutes. It was like the greatest approach I've ever done on a stupidly hot girl who I ended up seeing off and on when I was in her city for years, who was one of the greatest, most angelic women of my entire life. If you watched our cold approach, you'd have left and gone on with the boot camp because it was so boring. So yeah, big sort of reason why cold approaches that you learn from on YouTube, in many cases, if not most cases, they're edited to be compelling viewing. The few guys who do get laid doing cold approach, sometimes they do, like the guy I'm talking about, years and years ago, I looked at his infield to study them when I started doing mine, see how was he editing them, what was he doing, what openers was he using. His best approach in terms of teaching Tess social coach method got like the least views because it was really boring. So he probably figured out in the editing process, I'm going to do stupid, gimmicky cold approaches, put them on YouTube because then I'll get 50,000 or 10,000 people watching them. He's probably not releasing actual education, no matter how well he talks through them. And yeah, he's one of the guys who probably does get laid, even from cold approach, and often not in the country he was born in, a much poorer country. But I guarantee you, from what I know of him, he gets laid in many other places much more effectively than he does from pure chasing women down the street. I've covered that enough. You can do it. Don't ever rely, hopefully I said this at the start of the question, don't ever rely on it to meet women who you actually get on dates, turn to sexual relationships, or who will really make your life wonderful. Do it to overcome your approach anxiety and just get more courage with women. One guy actually does them because he says it's great self-help to break through your fears. Skydiving, overcoming my fears of that, helped me overcome my fears of public speaking, which completely changed my life. So it definitely has merit. I can tell you the first time I started approaching girls, you just heard how bad I was with women. A cold approaching a girl I'd been stalking for 18 months and going, oh, will you be my girlfriend? When I started doing cold approaches, it was a level of fear I can't really even describe to you. Just like huge cement blocks formed around my legs. Tess, can you just quickly share how 35 catwalk model, 2 degrees, lots of hobbies, by most guys' definition, extremely high caliber, high quality woman. Some guy who could be attractive, who's not Chris Hemsworth or Liam Hemsworth or whatever his fucking name is, or Anthony Hemsworth or Todd Hemsworth. I don't know who they are. There's a few of them. It's like I'm the Baldwin boys, but it's the modern ones. I don't really follow this. All I know is Alec. There's one other. I'm old and boring. But I still get young, hot girls. So Tess, how is it if some guy who you could be attracted to just hunts you down the street and just interrupts your day and starts with a line? How does that work for you? Or tells you you're cute? How does that land with you if it's not Thor Hemsworth?
Yeah, yeah, it can come across a little bit desperate. Like, also, I mean, it takes a lot of confidence to do that, especially like in the streets. So, my personality, I'm a pretty open person, so I might like have a chat and just see, see where it goes, just to give this guy a chance. But the fact that he's saying, "Oh, you're really cute. I just wanted to come say hi," or whatever, or a pickup line, is a huge turn off to begin with. Like if the first thing a guy says to me is, "You're really cute, I want to say hi," I'm kind of like, okay, like what else? um, because yeah, I think for a lot of beautiful women, it's just whatever they hear it all the time. They hear it all the time, and it's basically how people they don't know value them. It's the only thing they value about them on the surface level. So it's kind of like, okay, cool. You and everyone else, like, leave me alone. So it can be annoying as well. Yeah, I guess it would depend on how I view the guy as well, or maybe how open I'd be to speaking to him. But yeah, anything that comes across as like a cheesy pickup line is going to cause a woman to have a bit of a barrier up to begin with. She's like, oh, okay, so this is your pickup line. You're out trying to pick up women or whatever, or this is the line. It's because it's just so inauthentic. It's so inauthentic. Women can tell straight away. So don't use pickup lines. It's yeah, it's just so cringe.
Thanks, Tess. Just to give you guys some context, I've had, as I said, probably 50 or 60 model female coaches. In terms of the good ones, the best ones, Tess and Natalia are very adventurous, sporty girls, both models. And for whatever reason, in terms of what God gave them in terms of body, they tend to, in terms of wearing makeup as well, they tend to be extremely conservative at displaying that publicly. When they're on boot camps, they have to dress really sexy because they want to scare you. But as they go about their day-to-day life, if I caught up with Tess socially, she's probably dressed, kind of plain compared to some of the other girls. And certainly Natalia is very plain. I don't mean that in any sort of disrespect. Whereas other women, I'm careful about viewing them. I'll tell you, Jackie, I mean, she's somewhat conservative in how she dresses publicly, not all the time. Nevena, Monique, they tend to probably put what they've got out there more. Taylor, especially. Jackie would probably just tell you to fuck off. Even if she thought you were hot, it's like, fuck off. And she told guys to fuck off and say, I'm a dating coach. You should learn how to do this better. Yeah, anyway, she's got issues with good-looking guys who don't naturally know this, who are a bit insecure. She'd literally, I don't know if she'd say fuck off, but she'd just say, you're a loser, basically. She's told stories about that. So with the girls who tend to put it out there more, who get more silly, cold approaches, they tend to be a lot more ruthless and cruel than Tess or Natalia would be. Even though Tess and Natalia are every bit as attractive, the ones who are sort of showing off their chest and legs a bit more often than Tess and Natalia, they tend to be the harshest. Certain one who's a big star on my main YouTube channel especially. Next question, Tess. So the reason I said that is if I asked other female coaches, if they were on this YouTube live, if I asked those questions, I go away, you weirdo. What are you doing? What are you chasing a girl down the street at 54? What do you think you are, like a 19-year-old with fucking pimples and lots of spare time in between his business degree where you have like 9 contact hours a week or something? That would be the reaction you'd get from many of my other coaches, especially after the game is now 21 years old, if I get my dates right. Next question, Tess. If there's any at the very, very end of guys have repeated, any new people, any questions from new people? Get on the program, guys. The world needs. Oh, there's a nice little comment at the end. Get on the program, guys. The world needs it. Thank you so much for that. Tess, if you could just scan the questions. Any new guys? What's this one? Was the male model was the male gay model black? He wasn't black. He was from a country in Europe. No, he wasn't black. He may have been hung somewhat like a black guy, but no. Male models are gay. This one definitely wasn't. He's my best friend. I'm guaranteed certified 100% straight because I shared a hotel room with this guy, I don't know, 20 or 30 times traveling around. So yeah, if I was ever going to change teams, maybe that would have tempted me. Or maybe it'd be more like a little small Thai boy with not much to disrupt my backside. I don't know. I don't think I'd go the top male model. I'd just go someone really small and slight with just a little sort of 2 or 3 inch skinny thing that wouldn't. I've done a few colonic irrigations, so I've got experience in penetration and more information than you need. But if you're going to get a colonic irrigation and clean out your backside, Indian Ayurvedic medicine people say that's the #1 thing you can do for your health, whether you've got period pain or erectile dysfunction, or you've got a bit of a sniffles, or you've got any depression or a headache. Clean out your colon, according to those Indian doctors. I've got a wee bit of experience with colonic irrigation, and I always recommend German lube, silicon-based German lube. If you're going to get anything stuck up your backside, the gay boys love it. So yeah, any penetration experience, but it's a ripper, that one. Tess, do you want to get a question that doesn't amuse me, that actually adds value? That adds tremendous value to the world. We actually teach you how to have sex with condoms and only have maybe a 30% reduction in the overall pleasure for you and the girl by using German lube in a very special way, which we won't carry on about tonight. Let's get to the next question.
Okay. Let's see.
If anyone's watching this far, do they find me amusing? Do they find me stupid? Do they find me off-putting? Just say stick to the tips or keep up with the attempt at humor. Some of it kind of lands. Or whatever the hell. Just give me an opinion on this if you watch this far. I need to know. I need to know whether to cut it out or not. I know guys who come on my boot camp tend to appreciate it. Some guys say they sign up because they find me mildly amusing and tell the truth nearly the whole time when I shouldn't. But yeah, what do you guys in YouTube land think?
Okay. So there's usually a little bit of a delay there. So guys, let us know what you think about James's humor. But I've got a question from Anthony.
Tess is saying, vote no, vote no, vote no.
Okay. So Anthony's asking, how do I keep a conversation going with a woman I like?
Open-ended questions. How to keep a conversation going with the woman I like. Open-ended questions. Listening for what we call bonus information about her hobbies and interests. Really good eye contact. That's the big 3. That's really the big 3. Don't ask too many facts and data questions. Ask more feelings and emotion questions. Tess, you do this 30 hours a week sometimes. What do you suggest? I should let you answer this. You probably know more about this than me because you spend all your life on Zoom coaching guys in this.
Yeah, to keep it simple, yeah, absolutely. Exactly what James said. Open-ended questions. So something that's not just a yes or no question. Ideally, something that's going to elicit a story or, something that you can get a lot of extra content to work with out of. So when you ask her an open-ended question, particularly maybe like a feelings and emotions type open-ended question, she's gonna tell you a whole story or go into be introspective and explain something about herself that she hasn't shared with other people, stuff like that, where you're picking up all of this bonus information that helps you keep continuing the conversation, because you're like, oh wow, now she's mentioned that she also does this and this, or something about her childhood, so you have a lot more to use. So that's how you keep it going. You don't run out of things to ask about, right? So open-ended questions are great, but again, listening is really key, because if you're asking good open-ended questions but you can't listen and be present, you're not taking in the bonus information anyway. So yeah, to keep it simple, I would say open-ended questions, listening, and yeah, obviously eye contact is really important as well.
Unfortunately, that's coming at the 3-hour 47 mark, not the 10-minute mark. But for anyone who wants to do better with women, your #1 sticking point is possibly keeping the conversation going. I would review what Tess just said and watch that over and over again, take notes. Tess, maybe the world's foremost expert, she spends, I don't even know, 20, 30 hours a week, apart from boot camps, teaching guys on Zoom, teaching handsome guys, teaching rich guys, teaching average income guys, teaching old guys, teaching maybe the odd late 30s guy, teaching guys who've had lots of success with women, teaching guys who've had no success with women, maybe the odd virgin. She teaches them how to attract women and build connection and not run out of things to say and get dates. So whatever she said then should change your life. There's a few comments. I don't simp, dumbass. I can steal your girlfriend. I don't know if that's a negative comment, but yeah, a lot of guys have said I simp on Tess too much. I didn't even know what simp was till I asked AI about it.
No, just to let you explain what happened here. Hadrian said a few nice things about me, and one of the other attendees said he was simping. So this is a response to that guy who's saying I don't simp. Someone accused Hadrian of being a simp. Yeah.
Bit of fighting in the comments. I love that. YouTube will fucking bar up if you guys start fighting in the comments. More fighting. Blondes versus brunettes. Who do you like? Big boobs versus small boobs. Smaller boobs, medium boobs can age a bit better, particularly for you 40s, 50s, and 60s. Legs versus ass. Face versus body. Intelligent versus stupid or average. Just have some votes, have some fights about that shit. I should have said this at the 10-minute mark. Anyway, I might as well finish my point. You might have seen me say lots of flattering things about Tess and whatever, her big supermodel smile and thick hair and all this. When I do not have sexual intent towards a girl, I guess I simp pretty bad. Partially, it's strategic, because if I'm flattering a girl, she's coming, oh, where's my next compliment? Where's my next compliment? Because women like a compliment. I can use that energy, as we talk about, Dr. David Buss, Dr. Jordan Peterson, I can use the energy I'm getting from one girl, particularly if she's hot, to attract lots of other girls. Plus, I'm just being charming and trying to make people feel better. So, yeah, if someone says something intelligent, I'm the first to pick it out, to point it out. If someone's really talented at something, I'm the first to point it out. Thanks to Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People, the greatest pickup book of all time, at least until I write my New York Times bestseller, which will hopefully come soon. Okay, so that's simping. I'm a savant. I love this question. I'm a savant in attracting bunny boilers. Regular women, though, I'm less proficient. What are warning signs, and how do you find the strength to walk away if she's hot? If she's hot as, and you're batting zero. Question of the night, MJ Hundy. Question of the night. The number one lesson, which I've covered in one of the points, is hunt your own meat. Hunt your own meat. It's rare I say something 3 times. It must be important. Hunt your own meat. Hunt your own meat. I said it 4 times. I think I called it choose, not be chosen. That's the number one antidote to bunny boilers of all time, because if you get a random woman or you attract a woman by you taking over a social situation, you're dramatically less likely than some girl who just ended up with you because you're in the same social circle or job, or you're the only girl you got a date with from years of swiping on dating apps. The number 2 answer is get really good at female tests. I've been told quite complimentary by many of my best clients, some of whom own huge marketing agencies with blue chip clients. If he said, if you just want to make as much money as you can, you should quit being a dating coach and become a women's test, women's games, women's manipulation coach. And getting good at women's tests not only protects you from bunny boilers, it gets you women you'd never get in your wildest dreams. Every threesome I've had in my life came from my ability to pass women's tests. Probably every model, I need to think through and audit this. Most, if not all, the models I've got came from my ability to get over the hurdle I needed to get her on a date, to get over the hurdle I needed to get her home to my room. To get over the hurdle, I needed to obviously stick something inside her. It's all women's tests. Yes, you need a whole bunch of other skills we've mentioned a bunch of times: touch, eye contact, body language, reading signals, etc. style. But yeah, women's tests is what separates the guys who get the best girls or the younger girls from the ones who don't. Again, that was amazing content. Why am I saying it's so late? Tess, do you want to find any questions from guys who, if you've got anything you want to say about bunny boilers? I had a Maltese Terrier when I grew up, so that's interesting. Tell them you're talking shit about their Maltese Terriers. Yep, that's how bad I was. I was skinny. I had a whopping nose. I was a dork. I had few friends. I had terrible posture. I had moles all over my back. I didn't go through puberty until I was like 28, exaggerating slightly, but like 2019 or something. And most of all, I dreamed my whole life of having a dog. And my mum bought my sister a Maltese Terrier for her 15th birthday or something. So I had the most pathetic dog in the whole neighborhood of blue collar, working class Australian men who were fucking proper, drink 30 beers, 20 pints men. And I had a fucking Maltese Terrier. It was totally humiliating. People say, you're like your pets. And I was like, I'm this pathetic little yappy dog. Anyway, Tess, I can't remember what question I asked your opinion on. Let's get, thank you, Tess. Where's it gone? Why weren't you? Some guy complimented me for getting the tech right, and I can't even get the tech right. Anyway, I'll come back to that. Tess, can you find a comment? Oh, James got the tech right. I've never seen him so happy in my life. Like sleeping with models, getting threesomes was a walk in the park, given the hell I've been through today, trying to get you guys my teleprompter and making me look all pretty when you really wanted Tess to look all pretty. But anyway, Tess will look even prettier next week when her teleprompter. I got Tess a teleprompter. I didn't get her a tripod. I had the wrong tripod, and I've been through hell for 36 hours to get you more professional looking YouTube videos so you can cut them up and put them into little shorties and longies and not look like complete amateurs who are sometimes underwater or very fuzzy. You can see Tess's pretty face. I'm simping again without looking like it was shot on an iPhone 1 and then cut out. Anyway, let's go. Can you find one more question? We're going to sign off very, very soon. For anyone who hasn't, if anyone is interested, we did a big summary of the boot camp, which has been requested multiple times, that you should be able to find maybe an answer to one of the questions, and also in the you'll see it in the chapter summary when I do that and kill myself after a stressful day. And what else? If anyone's interested in massively improving their life in just 45 minutes, maybe an hour, if you click the link below, there should be a bunch of times you can book a date with Tess. Don't book Monday. I'm fucking exhausted. I might have to cancel the guys we've got booked in. And what else was going to do? I might just run through these at 100 miles an hour. Psychology of men who succeed with women later in life. Tess, if you could find a comment. So what we covered tonight, how to read women's signals, how to, at least the concept of ignoring beauty, just treating them as a human being. Job interview her, have standards. Don't just chase every girl with a nice rack that you meet, particularly in 40s, 50s, or 60s. Forget cold approach over 40. There's a lot of nuance with this. You still got to do it, but you never want to rely on it. You want to have much more sophisticated ways to show that you actually learned a bit about women in your 40 or 50 or 60 or more years on this earth. You know, an 18-year-old with pimples, cold approaching, chasing women down the street or bothering them in bars or whatever. Choose, not be chosen. Learn how to hunt your own meat. Don't settle. Number one antidote to toxic women. Okay, you've got to have competence. Are you, if you weigh 230 pounds, going to beat Conor McGregor or Caleb in a street fight? No, unless you spent a lot of time once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week for years doing hardcore fighting sports, preferably MMA. You're not going to do it. Equally, if you're not very attractive or you're old, are you going to destroy guys who are much younger, hotter than you, richer than you, if you're very skilled with women. Of course you are, but no one accepts that. So women only want men who are tall, rich, and handsome with big black dicks, which is every single comment that you get on every YouTube channel ever invented. Nonsense. Skill wins out. If you're in the bottom 5 or 10% of men, yeah, you're going to have to try a lot harder than someone who's in the top 70%, let alone top 30%, but it's still possible within reason. Even if you're Quasimodo, will get you one fucking banging hot hunchback chick. So yeah, and then I'm crapping on too much. Where are we going? Why isn't it working? I don't know. Life's not working for me now. Why is that all highlighted? Style, not six pack. Broccoli, not biceps. Health, not gym. Initially, study their psychology. And we ran through how we help you on the boot camp. We gave you how to get a date with Tess, and we gave you a bunch of homework. Please do the homework and put on the live video the homework, and please at least do some of it. Tess, oh, we can't do 4 hours. We're gonna have to sign off. No more questions. Sorry. We've gone on a long time. We can never go over 4 hours, otherwise I'll have a fit. I can't make a movie longer than the longest Scorsese. Can't make a YouTube live longer than the longest Scorsese movie. I think I'm pretty good at this, but I ain't Martin Scorsese. I can tell you that. So no starring Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and Al Pacino. So we're gonna have to sign off within 45 seconds. So yeah, click the link. Please take your, this is the biggest favor you can possibly do, is take your questions we haven't got to, or questions you've already asked, put them in the live video. And guys who Tess actually worked with, say how awesome Tess is. Tess, you've got like 5 seconds to say goodbye.
See you guys. Thank you so much for all the new guys who jumped on, some of your beautiful comments, and always your engagement. Your questions are great. We love you guys. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell and share this with anyone who you think might be interested in it. See you next time.
An ant's penis short of 4 hours. Bye-bye.